I know a fair amount about games in development for Unreal Engine. I understand its capabilities, its potential, and its timescale. But most of all, I know how good Unreal Engine can make gameplay look. It seems every developer and their grandma have suddenly popped up out of the blue, flaunting Unreal Engine 5 as a fix-it-all tool, claiming mind-blowing features with next-generation graphics. This gives not only newer MMOs arriving onto the space, but also already established ones a very useful tool to deceive us as potential consumers, spending our money by showing us very impressive, polished, and high-quality looking marketing, when in reality, there is nothing behind the hood. But what prompted the subject of today's video? Well, in truth, I've had this series on the back burner for a while now, and I've just been waiting for something to come along, and then I can use it to spark all this discussion off. And just yesterday, in fact, it finally happened. Mortal Online 2, a game that has had a very controversial reception, is still around, believe it or not. The launch of this game was a complete shambles, releasing what I wouldn't even consider a game at all. I have a first impressions of the game, and although the immersion was really great, everything built around it completely pulled me out, and the gameplay itself was unplayable at best. This franchise is a classic example of the sandbox genre being used as an excuse for the game not having any content or care put into it, because of course, the players are the content. Am I right? Mortal Online 2 could be summarized thusly. It has barely functioning first-person combat with a robust crafting system based around grinding materials, or for you to lose it in its full loot PvP mechanics with almost zero PvE whatsoever. For you see, there's simply no need to spend significant time or talent into designing encounters, because why do that when you can market the game to be something that it's not instead? With their thriving player base of 1,000 concurrent, I'm sure you'll meet someone in this empty world every 2 to 3 hours before swiftly being ganked by 3 of them and then getting all of your armor, weapons, and loot stolen. An odd design choice for a game that demands a monthly subscription fee, but maybe that's exactly the point. Why design a compelling game and maintain a player base when you can just charge them upfront with a $40 price tag? Despite this though, it has found a niche of about 1K players, and they do release updates once in a blue moon. However, a few months back, StarVault announced that they would be moving their game over to Unreal Engine 5 with a brand new, hyped out the wazoo trailer featuring a giant dragon to scratch everyone's MMO itch, alongside their highlight reel of scripted gameplay showing off the 2 to 3 places that actually feature any kind of content. Still no word on when Unreal Engine 5 is dropping, of course, but again, that's exactly the point. Yesterday, during their live stream, I assume it's monthly, StarVault announced, seemingly at random due to the player base's response, that they're expanding the franchise of Mortal Online into space. Of all places. According to their CEO, this was always a part of their long-term dream of exploiting as many players as possible. However, I can't help but look at a purely high fantasy-based franchise like Mortal Online 1 and 2, and then scratch by the idea of them suddenly trying to create a space game thousands of years into the future, based in the very same universe. It is sussy indeed. Surely the fact that they already have the models and a bunch of Unreal Engine 5 store assets at their disposal have absolutely nothing to do with it, right? But memes aside, I see this happening for 2 reasons that I will elaborate on in a moment. First things first, to play their shiny new space game, you will need to maintain a subscription fee, and that likely means the upfront cost of $40 covers both games as well, or at least I certainly hope it does. Additionally, this is apparently not going to compromise what little development goes into Mortal Online 2. The team developing Mortal Online Exodus, as they've dubbed it, is completely separate, utilizing that so shiny new Unreal Engine 5 develop a whole new game with a whole new studio and not compromise their current one. Something doesn't add up here. So why is this happening? Well, as you all know, players are desperate for MMOs, and provided there's an offer, people will support a project during its development. With Star Citizen being in a perpetual alpha state, there is a market for the space MMO niche. And I find it very interesting that Star Vault are pushing into that niche now with a small teaser mimicking Star Citizen specifically. You mentioned Star Citizen during the live stream, so that is very much in the forefront of their minds. Additionally, when Mortal Online 2 launched its pitiful, barely functioning game, it sold over 110,000 copies and shot to number 4 on the Steam charts, earning over 8 million in revenue in that first month, despite the game's unplayable state. If that isn't an indication of how much players are desperate for any kind of MMO experience, then I don't know what is. This game has a lot of issues, my friends. It's extremely poorly made, with very little talent and care, and because of that, it has maintained a bare minimum player base since May 2022. I even think come on! That even though it is their game, the bugs and just the general clunky gameplay are just unacceptable, and Star Vault have no intentions of fixing anything. This development is in no position to be trying to develop a whole new genre of game off the back of its franchise's infamous name. Unreal Engine 5 isn't a fix-it-all solution to game development. You still need the talent and passion to design a good game. Star Vault's intent here is to repeat the fiasco that happened at Mortal Online 2's launch. Release a half-baked game, market it out the wazoo with zero features or content, then exploit that hype with another $8 million paycheck. So, what's the moral of this story? Well,
no moral.
It's pretty damn simple,
no morals.
Isn't it? In the words of Stephen Sharif himself, do not invest in any project, even his own, until they have a viable, playable product that you know you will enjoy. Do not let these companies using Unreal Engine 5, protected under the label of small indie team, to pull the wool over your eyes. Stop falling for these hype-based, pre-recorded teaser trailers, these scripted gameplay clips showing off the 1% of content that you'll never even access, but most importantly, don't let the words of your so-called trusted content creators convince you that any game is worth investing your money in. This exploitation, it only starts at Mortal Online 2. There are infinite projects potentially trying to exploit us using these same marketing techniques. Quinfall, Embers Adrift, PAX Day, Nightcrows, Legends of Mir, Bellators, even Throne and Liberty falls into this category. Copium is one hell of a drug in the current year, and with the recent rise of AI tech and Unreal Engine 5, it's so important to stay vigilant and recognize the true development from the scams. I'd love to go through the rest of them one by one, starting with the king of them all, Ashes of Creation. After all, I am just one nerd, desperate for a good MMO, and I'd like to take the time to thank my patrons. Without their support, this balding, middle-aged man wouldn't be able to live his dream of talking shit on the internet. If you've made it to the end, surely it's worth giving a like, and if you're not part of the 90% who haven't already, I want to go ahead and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one, because your high on copium.
To preface this video, I want to make clear that I'm genuinely a fan of Bethesda Game Studios' work. Not every game they've made is perfect, but truly,
to preface this video. I'm still working on this. I don't want to die to these things, but I'm getting through it slowly. I went the wrong way. I hate this part of the stupid turn. Almost to the zone. Oh my god, this walk is so painful.
At least within the scope of my...
No, no. No, no. I like Summer Eclipse. He actually is good. He's alright.
Chronicles of Illyria. I've had a lot of rants about this. Someone came back and said, "Are you going to talk about the?"
I don't care
the
about Chronicles of Illyria,
the stuff going on with Chronicles of Illyria. I know Kira TV did it. It looks like he went and he did the listen. He did a few video parts on it. I'm not trying to milk out multiple videos on this or even go and watch another creator's videos on this. I went and I watched them live and like take their discussion points and cut that up. I don't feel like I need to do that. I feel like anybody watching Chronicles of Illyria over the years, we know what's been going on, right? Even if the narcissist Caspian, the scam man himself, doesn't know, right? So it's good to see Kira went, did his thing as he usually does, dunking on Caspian, the scam man.
You guys just like fire off and fucking yell this word scam, and I'm not so sure about that. These games actually exist.
Keeping up with the Caspians as they call it on the Reddit.
I think asking money for them is a scam, but they exist. I don't know about scam.
Q&A thing that Caspian did in the Discord. Are you going to look at that? Are you going to cover that? I'm going to cover it through this because I found that the September 2023 update outlines a lot of pretty much what people did in the Q&A. And it's basically the long and short of it. And you're going, but dude, it's January. You're going to talk about September now? I've been gone a while on YouTube. It might be old news, but the new news discussion point is relevant up to current date. So I'm consolidating September into what I heard in the Discord audio that people wanted me to check out. And I'm just going to share my feedback. I'm going to try to keep it short. So in here, I'm going to summarize what he's talking about on this website, right? It also is a big discussion point of people that have been following this game for a long time. If you don't know, Chronicles of Illyria was an MMORPG that went to Kickstarter, like many games have gone to Kickstarter. Specifically, many MMORPGs have gone to Kickstarter, and there's been a history of developers or people who want to call themselves developers going to Kickstarter, launching games that and doing so to gain money. We can look at games like Oath, which I've covered, which has just gotten away with the scam, in my opinion. We can look at Chronicles of Illyria, which is a much more severe story of a game that, in my opinion, has gotten away with a massive scam of millions at this point. And there are plenty of other game developers who are going on there regularly, trying to showcase games in the attempt to basically get as much money as they can, and then, in my opinion, use the carefully claused scapegoat of Kickstarter that they can utilize, which is, what's that? Well, Kickstarter has this cool thing. You see, you can go up there, you can post that you're going to develop a game, do this, do that. I'm going to go to Kickstarter for my book later, right? But the difference is I'm delivering something tangible, right? It's a very different thing. Lots of authors go there and they publish their work and they get it out there and they grow their community. But game development specifically is a very interesting space on Kickstarter because people go up there being devs. Look at that one game, Dream World, the last game you'll ever play. Yeah, those guys, would they get 60K or something? Not including stuff later. They go on there, they say I'm a developer, we're developers, we're doing this, we're gonna get a game out there, and they just straight scam people. And they use the fact that on Kickstarter, there's this cool bit at the end where it's like precautions, things to keep in mind before you back our Kickstarter, before you choose to fund our project. And it basically says the risks and the potential fallout, which is we may not make it, things could go wrong, here are some of the things to be aware of. If you know, A, B, or C happens, this game may not come to light. Well, since we've disclosed that, it covers us as developers if we want to put a game out there and have no intention of potentially delivering that to people at all. It covers you. It covers you as a scammer to steal money from people and not deliver a project. Now, you don't see it as much in other spaces. You see it very significantly in the space of game development, though. Now, does that mean that every game that goes to Kickstarter is a scam? Absolutely not. Okay, Ashes of Creation went there. They've been in development, and most of the funding has not been from Kickstarter. It's been from other things. But then you got games that are questionable, like Camelot Unchained. Oh, what's going on with that one? That's a great question. Chronicles of Elyria, what happened? They tapped out. Oh, no, they didn't. They tapped back in. They tapped back out. They tapped back in. Why? Why is Chronicles of Elyria constantly tapping back in? Well, some say, well, we think Caspian is continuing with these updates to protect himself because they went to court and he needed to show that they were still working on the Soulborn engine, which now is licensing. They're working on licensing. That's the main thing. That's the main big thing. Now, Camelot Unchained has been talking about licensing their engine for ages now. They got some more funding last year in 2023. Have they actually honored all of the refunds that they said they were going to honor? No, but I digress. This article right here in September pairs really well with the Discord conversation that good old Caspian the Scam Man had in the Discord. Now, I wasn't there. I listened to some of it. I read over this. I went and looked at the Reddit, and I saw the big bullet points that a lot of the people in the community have posted. And here's the long and short of it, okay? Network research. I've got to talk about one thing, too. This dude has scammed people for years now. Millions of dollars. Taking people's money up until the point when he chose to shut the project down, knowing he was going to shut the project down. He chose to continue doing that. And then he had the audacity after he won the case, right? The class action lawsuit, when he got off of that one, he had the audacity to go, I saw all the stuff going on with the Unity engine, and I, the great developer of Chronicles of Elyria, the world-class, world-famous narcissist developer that I am going to go and help with other engines to make sure that people who deserve better get better. Really? He's the guy who has actually stolen money from people and is thinking that he is the savior, as I've called him previously, the Soulborn savior. Now, Chronicles of Elyria, Kingdoms of Elyria are being essentially shaped up so that the Soulborn engine can be something that a mobile game can utilize. Yes. Yes. That's right. He wants to see about making it so mobile MMOs can use the Soulborn engine, and he wants to license it out, which goes to prove that this guy is only in any of this to make money. First it was, I'm gonna steal money from people on Kickstarter. Then it was, we can't do this. Right, we're gonna collect as much money from you as we can. Please don't sue us. Here's how we can get money from the federal government during COVID. Here's how we can continue to get money from other chunks. Yeah, it's probably about what can I do to scam people to get money to continue milking them as long as I can. It's not at all. Along with his ridiculous conversation, it does nothing but show that he's all about utilizing anything and everything, including you, the community that backed the game on Kickstarter in the first place. The people who want to believe for every penny he can. And now he's taking it to developers while also at the same time choosing to set himself up as some sort of a champion of the developers who's looking out for people who've been victimized by fucking Unity. That's the longest version. That is literally the update. Right? We can talk about this before. Do you remember any of my previous... Oh yeah, not to mention, in 2 weeks, I'll be releasing the next installment of the Developer Journal for this month. That never happened, by the way. This dude is the biggest phony game developer I've ever seen. The most notable because he's continuing to make money. And you're like, but Sim, why didn't you read over all this? Because this fucking clown only goes and gets screenshots. He makes it look like he's doing a bunch of shit. Screenshots of file names that you could put together in a fucking folder on Windows, right? A bunch of bullet points, a regurgitation of the same shit he's talked about for years, right? Literally repeating the same stuff with different wording. You know, he knows how to use synonyms real well. And just making a big-ass article that looks like there's a lot going on when it's really nothing. It's the biggest nothing burger in a game development update you'll ever see. That is literally the news with Chronicles of Illyria. Is he's basically rambling on for fucking ages about nothing, only to tell you that he's found new ways to make money off of the people who still choose to believe in him, and developers now too, even though, you know, quite frankly, I don't know what developer would think that the Soulboard engine is actually going to be good for them when you can use UE5. He says that the game that's being developed using the Soulboard engine he doesn't want to say. Bitch, it's probably because it ain't real in the first place. I think it's just him telling people some nonsense to make himself look more credible, which is what he's done for years anyway. Shouldn't be a shocker. So Caspian the Scam Man continues the scam train. That's literally it. Anybody who believes a word this guy has said, still, you are a schmuck, and you deserve what you get if you choose to continue to believe this bogus horseshit. Right? When you got tons of people showing you credibly where this guy is live for years now, if you continue to swallow this crap, then man, it's coming due, man. That's all I can say about it. Unbelievable. Caspian the Scam Man continues. This dude's been on with this shit for how many years now? He'll continue taking this thing. He will continue to milk people for as long as he can. As long as it continues to line him in some way financially. That's who this guy is. He's a scammer. Period.
Wow. That guy seemed to really care about this guy a lot.
So people keep asking me, you know, there's been Chronicles of Illyria updates. When are you going to go over them? And it's a really difficult one because if you've took the time, which I guarantee almost nobody watching this video has, to go and look at these updates, Caspian has somehow managed to make even my content that just has a good time and laughs about what's going on and asks silly questions and talks about the past of Chronicles of Illyria just impossible to be fun. because these updates are, it's basically somebody going into the most detail about things that maybe 10% of people would be able to understand because they're programmers and they've made games before and things like that. And everyone else cannot glean anything from this whatsoever. It's just purely technical nonsense. And while maybe it makes sense, I can't make a fun video out of this, unfortunately. Because as you can see, it's just thousands of words of saying nothing. Because no matter what, this doesn't make the game. The game's not out. It's not gonna be out. And there is no good content here. The only thing I can really even talk about is, you know, what the conclusions are. So this is the update from March. So there's a few funny things in that he always says, you know, in this blog, Caspian gets more technical than usual. Every one of these has been technical. But the fact that it's Caspian, the one-man band Caspian, saying, oh, Caspian's getting technical here. Just say me, or go back to using we. Just stop referring to yourself as Caspian. And then this new update, which is actually fairly interesting.
It's like one dude.
He goes through, I lied, it's not interesting at all, but I'll try to make it interesting. He goes through and talks about their
You're a one-man
engine,
kidder.
basically,
You
and
keep
shows
saying
a bunch
we.
of videos that mean nothing to almost anybody. Somebody with technical background will undoubtedly reply to this video and probably DM me and be like, oh, this and that, and if you're going to do that, just know I will probably read it and not reply, because there's nothing less interesting to me than Caspian people has developed an MMO now for over 7 years, and he's still saying, oh yeah, this tech's amazing. It's not. Nobody cares.
She liked
Deliver
that.
the game or just shut the fuck up. But obviously he's doing this as like a, you know, he signed up for the video. Pledge to the continued development.
Please don't be a
of
boss
Soulborn
fight.
Engine and the
Please do not be a
and
boss
there is
fight.
actually a tidbit
Oh,
of
thank
info here
God.
that might show as to why.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were gonna boss fight
Obviously,
me.
most people think it's trying to
Oh, God.
you know, dodge those lawyers.
No, I don't have to do it, and I'm not going to.
Showing that he's working on this, spinning his wheels because he knows this is not going to amount to anything. But I did read this. I hated it, every minute of it. And I'm not going to subject you to it, but what he does say, I was about to say then, he has basically been going through and developing the engine so that it works agnostic to Unreal and Unity. So anybody can use it without licensing Unreal and Unity. Which means, and he says this here, using a Unity Unreal viewer as part of our core development pipeline would force anyone using the Soulborn engine also to have a license to the chosen game engine. This way, we can license the engine without forcing other developers to use the same client and without us having to develop 2 different viewers for each possible license. So, bear in mind, of course, no, Jeremy didn't receive a singular penny from any source other than when he put PPP loans into the US government and said he was going to retain his employees and then fired them all and took like $500,000 off of the US government for that. And the $8 million that he took from the general public for crowdfunding. He said he was going to make an MMO. There is no MMO to finish, like you can't play it. Nobody ever got to play any of the MMO. He said then, of course, they were going to make this, you know, RTS-style game, which would eventually build into the MMO. There's an alpha of that, but it's made in Unity, and it looks like something somebody put together in, you know, a game jam week or weekend or whatever. But now, he's talking about licensing their engine that was built with your money, and he's putting the final touches on that so that they can begin selling the engine basically to people who would for some reason want to use an engine developed by somebody who took money from the public and didn't give them anything that they wanted. Now this is common because we've gone through other crowdfunding projects that have done this. Camelot Unchained, for instance, is basically in a similar position, but you can actually play that game in beta, although not many people do because it's not good. And that one's been in development for almost as long as Star Citizen. People are going to start moaning in the comments, but it's just true. It's been in development for a long time. And of course, with Camelot Unchained, the developers have done the same shit. So when I say they've done the same thing, Camelot Unchained took in a bunch of money from the public to develop an MMO, the spiritual successor to Dark Age of Camelot, and then recently in statements released that were very targeted towards investors and not the general consumers, been talking about, oh, they've received a whole bunch of funding to finish the engine, and they basically talked way more about what they can do with the engine and licensing it further in the future, and even talking about how the engine would be really good for metaverse and stuff like that, and less about the MMO that obviously got them the funding and the public interest in the first place. So this is not new. It seems like the thing that everyone's deciding to do. If people give you money to make a game, why don't you just spend that money making an engine, and then you can sell that engine as the owner of it forever and potentially become very wealthy, and fuck those people who paid for you to make a game, basically. Which, of course, I'm not saying is exactly what he's saying or doing, but that's kind of how it shakes out at the end, right? If nobody gets the game that they originally backed and thought that they were going to get, and then he's talking about, as you can see here, we can license the engine without forcing other developers to use the same client without us having to develop 2 different viewers for each possible license. Nobody wants this. I guess you could be charitable here and say this is a way for him to get the money to be able to develop the MMO. And obviously, looking at the Discord, you can see there are some people in here who are like, I see Caspian post an update, thumbs up. Is he having sex with my wife? Hopefully, good. I'm a cuckold. He did take all of our money and basically fucking piss it into the wind, but he said, you know, they're working on things. Amazing, thumbs up. Is that you, Caspian? Can you keep it down? I'm trying to, you know, have a conversation on Discord with the other accounts and the other people who bought $10,000 packages in a game that doesn't exist. So I do understand to an extent that, you know, this could be a way they wind up building the MMO. But at the same time, if somebody gave you $8 million and you had a team, and then you don't have a team and you have no money, if you couldn't finish the engine then, there's just so many question marks as to why were you not talking about licensing the engine then? And if you were, somebody link me to that, because I never saw it and I've done quite a lot of research. Obviously not read every word he's ever said, but obviously at the time, wouldn't that have been a good thing to like parade in front of people and say, oh, by the way, our engine's really good, we can sell this to people? Because what I remember and understand is that they were using Spatial OS for their back end, and then like 2 years in, after spending millions of dollars trying to use this, they had to scrap it and rebuild it, which is where a lot of the money was wasted. So a lot of this doesn't make sense to me. And there are, of course, words thrown around here that essentially say like, oh, you know, we're getting close. But he's been saying this for like the last 9 months now, of like, oh, you know, something's coming, something's near. So what's next? While the Aura system will take a little time to finish, my focus on the visualizer this month took up the time I was planning to complete the Aura system. I've no fucking clue what this means. So that'll have to be demonstrated in May, but it was worth it to allow you to visualize the functionality I've been working on and see the world from the server's point of view. Nobody's ever seen the world. Full stop. Nobody's seen.
Oh, come on! I just got here. Banished, fucking banished, Why did 3 of them aggro?
I've said this a million times. Just please.
I forgot to do something when I was last here, and I paid for it. It's okay. It's why I got all the buffer and everything.
He's never done it. Just imagine.
I was just here to get the
your
key.
Company is about to go bankrupt, and you know your
I forgot to get
audience
Monomo
would give you more money
or
if you could prove the game
Monomi
existed, and you
Ichi.
just never show them the game. It just makes
Do
no
it
sense to
now.
me unless he has nothing, or he's the world's most secretive man. Is he scared that if he shows it on a live stream, someone else is going to waste $8 million and not develop an MMO that looks kind of similar? I'm just so confused why you can't do this. Additionally, now that I've implemented a functional server-side spatial partitioning and physics system, it's time to incorporate that into the new
there
MMO
is no
platform.
Monomi Ichi.
What does this mean? I need to
I
get a
guess in
mesh
this
of spatial
era.
partitioning
I thought there
services
was,
working
but
together,
I guess
distributed
not.
across multiple processors. To do
Oh,
that, for
okay,
that I first need to
so-
finish the service host and put a new server networking and message layer in place. Ideally, this will be demonstrated next month,
Okay.
with a visualizer showing support for entities and spatial partitions spread across multiple processors. My brain. I'm stupid, guys, because obviously some people like to comment, I don't know how to make a video game. And some people are probably reading this like, yeah, Caspian, that makes sense, mate. That's fantastic. Kira's an idiot. And I accept that. But even my monkey brain can understand this is saying a whole bunch of bullshit without showing anyone any substance whatsoever. I too could go on ChatGPT now and basically say, AI, please think for me and tell me in technical terms what somebody would want to hear if they knew technical terms about making an MMO. But that still doesn't do anything, does it? The majority of your customer base can't read this and make sense of it. They just want to see the game. So these are exciting times apparently. Yeah, I'm super fucking stoked. While we've had visualizers in the past, this new one is significantly more performant, engine agnostic, and he's here to stay. Yeah, right, mate. So were you developing them other ones for the express purpose of not to stay then? That makes you look fantastic. Likewise, while we've had spatial partitioning and physics before, they were always client-side authoritative. Now we're finally entirely server-side authoritative. There's still more work, but the core platform is nearing completion, as is the core game engine. Says who? Show me. Says who? After that, it's just game mechanics and more game mechanics until next time. So I guess this is Caspian's way of saying all the people we hired to make this MMO were so fucking useless that I could just fire all of them, do all of their work on my own while fighting a legal case with no money, and deliver the MMO faster than what I did in the last 7 years with all those people. I say 7 years, I can't remember how long ago it is. It feels like I've wasted way too much of my life. But at the same time, I do feel some kind of obligation to talk about these updates, even though it is literally like, I was going to say milking my penis, but that's considerably easier than milking this for, 8 minutes worth of content. But there we go, coming very soon to you. Chronicles of Valeria, apparently it's going to be finished. The other game nobody gives a fuck about, apparently that's going to be finished. An engine that you'll be able to license out, because you'll definitely be doing that instead of using Unreal Engine or Unity. You'll want to use Soulborn engine and have Caspian be your god emperor.
I didn't hear the part 2 of this one.
Engagement, and the opportunity to interact with others without bias, implicit and unconscious bias. I won't go into that. Anyways, the point is the Illyria mud for me was an important part of that. And I loved muds when I was growing up. I was on Realms mud and Gemstone and...
if you're not a boomer, mud is a multi-user dungeon. It's basically what MMOs came from originally. It was the first online RPGs basically. Some people might call them Gmods for graphical mods, then there's mods which obviously are mostly text-based. That's what he's referring to. So Illyria mod, if you didn't follow the absolute contrived, just ridiculous nonsense of the Chronicles of Illyria project, they said that they were developing 5 different versions of a game that were going to release in different... It's almost as stupid as Star Citizen, I guess. It was going to be Illyria mod's going to come out, and then Kingdoms of Illyria is going to come out, and then this other thing's going to come out. So whenever he talks about this stuff, just know none of it ever happened. Not even the mod happened. No network testing actually happened.
Dragon Realms and a couple of others. I was also a mud wizard, and I'm a super geek, so those things were all great for me.
Well, I got 2 things. So the quests open up skills, which is insane to me. I need damage. But I don't have these unlocked. This is build up Valor factory recorded by opening the weapons wheel forward tapping for a unique and powerful special ability. Increase your weapon is to use with aim and then weapon stamina. I don't know what that means. Spread blast. This is potent medicine and they heal you faster. We'll spend a point on that. Yeah, that sounds good. Automatically recover health faster. Okay, that's helpful. So anything having to do with survivability, yeah. Because that's my biggest problem right now. It's been pretty harsh. Crimson Narrows, and it ends up here. Here's an unknown barrier site, and I suppose I'm supposed to explore these things. Yeah, directly that way is something. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's way up there. Yeah, it's a climb. Oh, it's the tower, which I guess I haven't been to yet. So, please let go of this now. Oh my god.
And so for me, it was hey, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to release this mud, and then people who want to play can, and those who don't want to don't have to, and we'll be good. But then I went to London, and I talked to the folks over at Improbable. And
here we go. Here's mistaker to maker numero uno. Improbable, if you don't know, are now cutting their teeth in the metaverse, because if you've failed in mainstream gaming, what better way to, you know, make yourself look even worse, or I guess have a second bite of the apple, than to go to cryptocurrency and Web3 and the metaverse. So Improbable was their networking solution, essentially. Improbable was used by a couple different companies, and almost everybody you speak to behind the scenes, I think even it's public knowledge now by companies that have talked about it. I think Worlds Adrift was the main one. They basically said that Improbable just sucked them dry in terms of how much it cost to run the actual the system that they'd bought into, and it can be attributed to some of these projects failing. So Improbable, it's a thing called Spatial OS. Now they are, like I said, doing metaverse related stuff, so I don't know, maybe that's a good fit, because those fucking idiots have loads of money to throw around on something that, you know, is probably not all too great. And to be honest, from what I've seen, some of the stuff that they've shown in the metaverse things have been more promising than other people have created, so maybe it's good for them, who knows, but that's what he's about to talk about.
They're like, hey, what you're doing is great, but we really need somebody to showcase what our engine can do. We think that that'll work better if you guys release a 2D game that shows like 2D sprites and stuff like that. And so, you know, we really want you to do that instead. And so we talked back and forth, and I helped them build out their .NET engine, because they didn't have C# and .NET really working at the time. And I came back all excited and was like, hey, they really want us to do this with 2D, and I brought it before the team, and everyone agreed that, like, yeah, that's...
Why does this sound like he's
cool.
confessing in
Definitely think the
court?
players will be more receptive
Yeah,
to
I think
that.
it's
And
because he
this where I
is.
fucked up.
He's like confessing in court.
So what he's admitting to here
He's like
is
admitting.
another thing that I've said a million times with Kickstarter projects and people. This is like the Chris Roberts syndrome from Star Citizen. People paid him to make Chronicles of Elyria, the MMO, the 3D open world MMORPG. But he was wasting time flying to London on their dime to go and speak to Improbable, a company nobody told him to work with, that he was giving money to, obviously, to use their software. And they convinced him to use more of the customer's money to change plans that he initially had to make a game nobody paid for or asked for, in order to make a more complicated, more time-consuming thing that nobody asked for or paid for, using those people's money. So this just goes to show, like, the level of incompetence when you have one product you're supposed to make, but you're wasting time and money thinking about, designing, speaking about things that people didn't want. Would it have been great if it came out, and would it have been more meaningful if people had that and the other stuff didn't come out? Maybe, but this still didn't. So it was still more time and money wasted for nothing, for naught.
I pivoted. I was like, okay, we should do this. It'll capture more players, the engagement level will be higher, the people over at Improbable wants us to do it this way, and so that's what we're going to do. Instead of just saying, yeah, that's a great idea, but we need to get the text version out first, and then if we have time, we can focus on getting the 2D stuff done.
It's a damn good coffee.
But I did not.
If I say so myself.
Mistake number one in my career at CEO, as CEO. And so I fucked up. So yeah, that is what it is. And you are right. As much as it would have been less engaging, fewer people would have been excited about it or interested about it. It would have been able to ship much quicker, and it would have served its purpose, which was not to try and recruit as many people into the Elyria brand as possible. It would have been a test bed for our networking code, and I fucked up on that one.
So why has he not explained why even that didn't come out if you put time and money? It's basically like, you've got a finite amount of time and money, and you were putting time and money into things that never happened, but then the thing you should have been putting out also never happened. So where is everything?
Oh, let's see. As far as I know, most success was the jousting thingy. How many people were involved in its development? We went to PAX 3 times. We went to PAX East twice, PAX West.
Good use of money again. I think PAX is like in the tens of thousands of dollars to get a booth, not counting flights, hotels, time setting the stuff up. again, just tens of thousands of dollars. You could technically claim this is like, oh, we were using it for marketing. Marketing didn't save the crowdfunding of the game, because obviously most people care about results, not did we see this guy and his project at PAX. Doing it once is like forgivable. Doing it multiple times, if you've got a playable product, I could get behind, again, as marketing. Doing it multiple times without anything to show, without nobody playing the thing, no product being released, that's negligent, man. That's spending tens of thousands of other people's money for nothing. Like, it obviously didn't save crowdfunding, so what did it do? Maybe they'd have bled out earlier, but I'd argue if that was the case, that would have saved more people money that they dumped into this. Like, the most loyal fans would have, you know, got up from under this sooner and stopped pumping money into something that never materialized. So yeah, the PAX thing, people love to be the CEO, right? And people love to, you know, go to these gaming conventions and be the man. You know, I'm the man. Here's my game. You know, people are going to come talk to me about it or whatever. And I understand, because it is probably super cool if you're into that type of thing. Not my cup of tea, like. If it doesn't meaningfully progress funding, which it clearly didn't, if it doesn't, it's obviously not going to meaningfully progress development of the game. It's just a waste of time and money. Another waste of time and money.
Best ones. Our first PAX East demo was a combat demo that used the Unreal Engine. It was actually it used the prologue. It took place in New Haven and Silver Run. Actually, it took place in the Silver Run mine. So you were down in a cave that has there's this giant.
What are we talking about?
So you were down there, and it was just a combat demo, because that was the systems and mechanics we'd started working on initially. We'd also been working on the animation system and animation blending and all that stuff like that. So that was the first one. The second one was in the following year at PAX East, because PAX East happens in the spring, and that one was the
3 of 6
parkour demo. That one was also in the Silver Run mine. I think that one was the best one. There was a ton of really great mechanics on that one, and it was really smooth. And
what people need to understand about game development as well, because this will probably fly under the radar for your average person listening, and I am the average person. I'm a complete layman here. I'm not a game developer, not a game designer, not game development or game design advice. But when you're developing a game, you don't necessarily actually make experiences to play like upfront as if you would if you were putting out a demo. It's actually most of the time wasted resources and wasted time, because if you're, say, building an MMO, a lot of the stuff that's going to be designed and developed first are not going to be things that you could just put in somebody's hands within, you know, a couple months or a year or whatever, and have them playing like a polished short demo of something, because those things don't come till later. Animations, having things look good, having things polished, that stuff is literally wasted development time and money that some people have got to do just so you can go and show a demo. And again, marketing expense, but again, not a useful time use of your time and money that you have, especially if you know you've got finite resources and you're not treating it as if your audience is a piggy bank that's going to repeatedly bail you out, because clearly they would not. You can see this, by the way, it's observable with, I'm fairly sure if you speak to pretty much anybody who's making a game, Corepunk did the same thing. They said, we're going to stop making these trailers because we're literally spending time making these little slices of game when they're not useful to us, because it's not meaningfully progressing development. We're having people spend time on doing this stuff to make it look cool, which is basically completely wasted. And I think a lot of developers would probably agree with this point. And if you don't, just confirm my bias for me, please. Thank you.
And fun to play, and we had people lined up. Actually, in both of our PAX East, the booth was basically full the entire time.
Great.
I know Adam, I think, was there. Some of the people were at our second PAX East, and it was actually really cool, I thought.
Very
so yeah,
cool.
That was our second one, and then the PAX
Very
West
useful.
was our first PAX West was the jousting one, and that one was because we had just made it possible to do the mounted combat mechanics, and we also were working on mounted movement, because New Haven and Silver Run are far enough apart that if you don't move between them by mount, it just takes too long. It's a big map, and so we had implemented mounted movement for our own sake, largely, also, so that we could start exploring other areas of it and stuff. And so we decided that it'd be a good demo to show. And for that one, we did use the Soulborn engine, so that one was multiplayer. The other two were single player, but that one was multiplayer, and it did use our Node.js backend for the solo engine. And oh, that reminds me. So I know that Cap Trench had said before too, like it seemed like we were going in reverse. And so just touching on that too, because I think that that's part of kind of what people's perception was in the experience. We started in the Unreal Engine with high fidelity assets, some of which we had made because we did have our animators and our artists, 3D artists and 2D artists at the time working on it. So we had made a lot of our own assets. We'd also gotten some from the Unreal Marketplace. We were working on combat and animation, all that stuff like that, and it was going well. But then it came time to scale up and start working on the networking code and to like move towards making it an MMO rather than just a single player demo where we were testing the user experience. And we didn't have enough engineers to support the content team's desire to do certain things, as well as the ability to work on making the network code and stuff. And so we introduced the concept of the pre-Lyria client as a way to allow the content team to just very quickly it was allowing the content team to continue focusing.
I forgot as well, when I was mentioning earlier about the Voxelaria, Mudlaria, Kingdoms of Illyria, Chronicles of Illyria, I forgot about Prelaria. I forgot about it, man. There's probably some more I'm forgetting.
On the stuff that they needed to, while having, few assets to allow the engineering team to work through their things. And so it was this like disassociation between the content team and the engineering, and allowing them to be decoupled. And so even though we started with this high fidelity, like really nice graphics, those ended up taking a lot of time to implement just for the purpose of iterating and testing on things during that part of development. And so we went back to what would normally be called gray boxing in the industry.
So what he's talking about is obviously at the end of Chronicles of Illyria, before the state of Chronicles of Illyria into the Abyss post that he made in 2020, whatever it was. He's talking about the only actual gameplay anyone ever saw that wasn't from a demo, which was the shit that looks worse than RuneScape, where the characters are just walking around in like the most basic bitch UI. It looks like a smear from, if you go on Paint and just smear colors on the Paint app, that's what the game looks like. I'm sure if you're familiar with the thing, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It was so bad. So what he's talking about, like, oh, that was just a test area. That was the only thing people saw towards the end. I don't think they posted an actual gameplay. Like they never once ever posted like a full gameplay walkthrough of people doing multiple things and interacting with multiple systems or anything. But the little teaser videos they did of just like a character walking through a city and like picking up a torch, or interacting with an animal or whatever else, that didn't come from the original demos that people played at PAX. And then I don't think they even got to play them. They never made them available for download or anything for the backers. Again, ridiculous, hilarious. They didn't show anything even basic like that for like 1 or 2 years. There was no videos posted in terms of showing anything of substance of any of the game. And then they're like, when they were almost out of funding, then they released this Prelaria thing, which is just like, if we accept the premise that this is just Prelaria and this was just grey boxing, and they actually have this like 80% of a full-scale MMO, massive world, all these mechanics, just crazy stuff that he keeps saying that they do have. If we accept the premise that they have all that, but refuse to show anybody a single fucking frame of it, even accepting that, if you then say, okay, but you in your brain, after not showing anyone anything for multiple years and knowing that your funding was literally circling the fucking drain and your company was about to go bankrupt, everything like this was going on, and that the community was basically at your throat for not showing any progress, and in your infinite wisdom, you, the seasoned game developer who's allegedly an intelligent man, thought, oh, I know what the best thing to do will be. Release videos that make it look like the game is literally fucking RuneScape, old school RuneScape, but worse graphically, and showing not even that many gameplay mechanics. You thought that was a good idea, optically. Like, I don't know how to explain, without just repeating the word incompetent, the decisions that were made, like, even from an optic, like, marketing perspective.
This is another mistake. This is probably mistake number 3 I made, which is if we had started with the pre-Lyria graphics and said, hey, look, this is the pre-alpha client, these are the mechanics
Yeah,
we're working
yeah,
on and stuff
good
like
idea.
that, people would have been like, cool. And then when we moved on to the alpha and we showed the Chronicles of Illyria graphics, people would have been like, awesome, you guys made such great improvement, this is amazing. And instead, we're like, hey, this is a vision for what the game is going to look like. Isn't it awesome? And then we said, okay, now we have to take a step back and work on this level of graphics for the time being.
But it was like 5 years later, bro. It was when you showed people the Prelaria, it was like 5 years later. So if you're showing people, you've got to be brain dead. If you're showing people like high fidelity graphics, like, oh look, this is crazy, look how this looks, doesn't exist, of course, it's just a demo built out. And then 5 years later, you're like, here's Johnny, here's Caspian, and it looks like what it did. You can't tell me you didn't know that that was gonna happen. And even still, why 5 years later are you showing Prelaria in that state? Like, come on, man, you've got 8% of the MMO, you've said, so why not show that instead?
Being while we work on mechanics, and then once it's done, then we will move back to, you know, developing assets in this style of graphics. And for some reason, that disconnect just never got reconnected. Like that was a bridge that was too big to build for most people. Like the gap was too wide, and so.
Yeah, of course, because they've got no evidence that any of that other stuff even existed. Why? And it's so late. Like, man, you don't get it, do you?
So we continuously got people saying you're going backwards. Why is it that you changed the rendering engine for this game? Why is it that you decided to do, you know, this game instead of the other game?
Excuse me, let me just interrupt you there. A lot of people understood that was.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. This is a complete straw man. It's not a full straw man, because I guarantee a lot of people did say this, because it's the low-hanging fruit, or they're uninformed. Like, they're either joking or they're uninformed. Or a lot of the times, they're uninformed because you've never informed them. You've never shown them anything to mean that they could be informed about the actual reality, if we accept your premise. But to be like, oh yeah, we fucked up because other people didn't get what we were doing. Like, come on, brother.
What it was. Some people didn't, and that was a very vocal minority.
Well, that may be true, but it was still it was very vocal, and even today, like, there are still people who say like we went backwards, which is true from an art standpoint, but it was intentional in order to unblock the developers and give them the ability to move forward separate from the
5 years later, of course.
But
yeah.
In any case,
yeah.
So the reason I brought this up now is because I started on Illyria Mud, then we went on to doing it as a 2D thing, which kind of fucked up and did not work. Then the person who wanted to do it in the voxel style ended up leaving, and the people who were there remaining were like, we don't want to do it this way. Also, you can't animate voxels in the same way that you animate 3D models and meshes, and the content team was like, okay, now we have two art pipelines. We have the like high fidelity models that we're using for Chronicles of Illyria, and then we have these voxels that we use for the like Illyria Mud, which at the time was still Illyria Mud, and we're having to do two different things. We would rather just have low fidelity models that we use for the mud, and then, you know, the high fidelity models we use for the game, and that's what ultimately led to Prelaria, which was this idea of no longer having the voxels or a 2D version, but having a low fidelity 3D version, which we can then move forward on. So that was that. I'm glad. I need to saying holy shit, Adam, he's alive. I'm really glad you're alive. And I mean this. I'm on a number of other Discord servers that I have been invited to. Not really as a COE developer. Many of them I'm just there as a human. But there are former community members that are in some of those Discords, and one of them is also he's become what I believe to be a good friend of mine at this point. Somebody that I respect, who has been critical but also supportive of me over the years, and he has health issues. And so I'm, you know, this is hard for me to say, but at the same time, please understand.
He's describing how his boyfriend is also an enemy who has health issues.
Understand that I mean this. Take care of yourselves, guys, please. I'm working hard to get...
Yeah, now he's gonna break down about how his boyfriend's dying, which is sort of sad.
Get this is done as quickly as I can. But I really don't want to lose anybody else in the community while I'm working on this. That's hard.
I'm going to sound like the world's biggest C word that YouTube doesn't allow me to say anymore, even though I'm from England and it's a word we very commonly use. Please, YouTube, stop forcing your American sensibilities on the rest of the world. But I'm going to say it anyway. I understand the sentiment of this, and it does suck. People do die, like, people get unwell, and it is what it is. But saying, like, oh yeah, I don't want to lose anyone else while I'm working on this. This game's, if Chronicles of Elyria ever comes out, it's like 5 to 10 years away. By then, obviously, it's not even going to matter. But if we even accept the idea, like, he said he was going to have Kingdoms of Elyria essentially finished multiplayer, like, you can do all that shit by, like, the end of this year. I'm fairly sure, like, this year, next year. And that's not even the MMO, and nobody's ever seen the MMO. And you're saying, oh yeah, I don't want to lose anyone else from the community. But people have died, people will continue to die, and lots more people are going to die from the community in the interim of you releasing this game, if that ever happens, which I don't believe it does, which means all the community will die. Just, you know, a nice fucking bucket of cold water on your face on that one.
So yeah, please take care of yourselves. Let's see. Casting, I'm here as a technical person. I'm a compiler developer, so for this contributed among other things. Yeah, we talked before. We talked about over DM a while back. I've been keeping track with the developer journals for months, and I honestly respectfully think the things you've presented so far are on an upgraded level. Cool! I appreciate that. Are you open to discuss this matter over the voice chat? As you keep sparking hope with a lot of people, I think it would be fair to address this. There are a lot of hurt people here, and you could be right, and you could do right better. I'm not sure what you want me to discuss, but I'm... if people feel like there is a technical thing they want me to discuss, I can.
Please stop asking him technical questions. The game's not gonna get made because he answers a tech question good. We know he's, like, actually a technical person, but it doesn't answer anything useful to anybody. Because nobody's seen the tech. He could literally talk about tech from fucking now until forever. He's not gonna change anything, is it? Nobody's seen it.
I like people... I want to build confidence of people, in the sense that I think it's important that people have something to look forward to. But I'm not crowdfunding anymore, ever again. And so I'm not, my desire to build confidence and to have people have optimism and hope about Chronicles of Elyria is not about anything other than for the sake of having hope towards something. So if I can restore some of that, I will. But at the same time, I don't feel like that's an urgent thing, nor is it a goal. Okay, Niz, Zayska, well said. Captrench. Yeah, it was well said. I agree. Kav said it was well said. I agree. Dynasty says no. I mean, I'm assuming that there's going to be people on both sides of that conversation, and that's fine. We don't need to... There's no reason for a divide here. To be clear, I took nothing he said personally. I wasn't offended by any of it. I just want to make sure that people also understand that the things he said, while are the way a lot of people felt and still feel, some of it is still subjective and a matter of opinion, and I don't necessarily agree with all of it. But also, for most of what he said, all I can do is keep moving forward. So it's not like I took it personally or feel bad about it. I can't really do anything about it other than keep doing what I'm doing. And here I'm just wanting a great game. You and me both. I'm happy if I got something playable, even if it was just V0000001. It'll start that way. But it has to start somewhere. So, Taggart said he just wants something to play. Dude, I do too. I'm working my ass off trying to get this to be something. And you guys will get something to play. My next development updates next Thursday. I keep alluding to the October secret, the thing that I think, I swore a couple months ago, and somebody actually called me out on it. Because in one of the things I was just like, all fucks aside, like, I'm just going to go forward because I'm not afraid of anything anymore. And someone was like, you shouldn't say fuck in a developer journal, there are kids. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't know kids were reading my developer journals, but...
Bro, I get this all the time. People like, you should stop swearing, it makes you sound stupid. Who asked you? Oh, you can't say that word, I'm going to have to edit it out. God damn it. Who asked you, dickhead? How are you going to come to my channel and tell me what words I can say? Who the fuck are you, weirdo? And for him, he has no employees. He has no game. He's got no fans. He's just posting on his website that basically only MMO boomers that are, just trying to keep up with it or whatever read. And most people don't even read it. They just watch it on my YouTube channel, apparently. Like, no kids are reading that, mate. Like, it's words on a web page that they have to elect to go to, and him saying 3 times in a developer journal for an MMO that's never coming out. I can't believe somebody's shown up and been like, don't swear, there might be kids reading. What? No, they're not, mate. Grow up.
This is
Maybe you're the fucking kid, if that's the case. You're the child, mentally.
Really, and nor has it ever really been a child-friendly game, but I did edit it. I changed that so that it did not have the F-bomb in there anymore.
Fuck off.
But the point is like I've been talking about this thing that I'm planning to do, and I was going to announce in October. I can tell right now, for most people in this channel, they're not going to look on it favorably, but some will. And it is the path that I'm taking, and I'm doing it because it's the right path to do it.
I'm calling NFTs, bro. I'm calling NFTs. It's gotta be presenting it like that. I hope it's something big. I can't wait. You've actually got me on the edge of my seat, Caspian. Now it is pre-cum in my shorts. Like, I can't wait to see what it is. I hope it's blockchain.
Your skill has increased.
I just, please let me have this.
As far as I can tell. So, and am I right? I don't claim to be right at this point. I just claim to care a lot, and that's the best I could do. Literally, the guy who created the Lies of Illyria after toying with the engine for a month. Yeah, I saw that actually.
Your skill
Somebody
has
sent it to
increased.
me, and I remember watching that, going like, yeah, he did a really great job. You know, he's using store-bought assets, and he doesn't really have much on the terrain, and like he's not doing really much interaction or actual gameplay other than just like moving around and stuff like that. But yeah, he did a great job in putting some together in a short period of time. No criticism there. People are like, aren't you offended that he was able to do that? And I was like, no, dude, good for him. And if he can turn that into a full-scale game, he should absolutely do that. I'm hoping he did. I don't know if he did or not, but anytime somebody makes something and they're good at it, I think they should pursue that. Where is this demo? Not fair. I can't find the demo. I'm not sure which demo you're referring to. Are you referring to the PAX demos? They were never made public as downloads other than what was given to people at PAX. So people got their hands on it at PAX. No, I've offended Caspian my technical skills.
Your skill has increased.
No, I've offered technical skills for Caspian, and the response was there was a lot of similar offers to work on the game for free, but talented people, but for reasons Caspian wouldn't disclose, he rejected all these
Your
offers.
skill has increased.
So, it's actually really simple. So I was reading, I don't know how to pronounce that, honestly. But for the person who has the equation there, looks like set theory, you are not wrong. I have had a number of people who said, hey, can I just help for free? Again, I'm not a lawyer. And I don't like to have legal discussions or conversations because it's not productive, but I literally went to the attorneys at Soulbound and said, hey, I've got all these people who are looking to donate their time
Your
as
skill has
volunteers to help me
increased.
build a game. Can I do that? And the answer I got back was no. The labor laws in the United States, because we are not a nonprofit, prevent us from hiring people to do development work as a volunteer. Like, that's just not something we can do. Literally, legally, I can't do that.
I disagree.
I'm not going to speak on whether that is or isn't
I don't
true,
think that's true.
But also from a liability
The lie,
perspective,
straight up
because
lie.
they're literally being sued by people. Like, surely you wouldn't want volunteers coming in who could literally be anyone and just hand out the code and, you know, tell people, yeah, it's actually way worse than you thought, and you know, become an issue, or, you know, leak stuff to YouTubers and things like that. I assume that's also a consideration. I don't know anything about the legality thing. I've seen companies in the US use volunteers for coding and translation and stuff, so I don't know that that's the case, but who knows. I'm sure somebody will like quote in the comments and let me know whether or not it's true or whatever.
I have to pay people in some way in order to make it worthwhile. So if you've offered in the past and I've been like, yeah, I can't really do that or something like that, it's because I can't. It's not that I don't want to, it's because I can't.
Pay them a shilling a week.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it has to be a commensurate, like, with the amount of work that they do, or if, like, we could just contract it to be a small amount. I don't know. I should follow up with that in order to find out, but that is why.
Great.
Quick question about that.
Yeah.
What about something on the lines of open source for segments that need multiple iterations quickly, and then simply acting like...
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Not even just open source for segments of it, but surely if you're just making this for the community now and you don't care about earning money and you just want to get this out on your own or whatever, couldn't you just open source the entire thing? Like, if you really were about that shit, if you really were walking how you're talking, couldn't you just open source this entire thing and just literally, if people wanted to do it, just like crowdsource the whole thing?
Rel does,
and also people would be able to see what you've done and what you've got already, which obviously we know is never going to happen because you literally won't even show you playing it, let alone let anybody else have access to it. But you know, just a point, I guess.
Provide your support for what that is, and take those iterations, take those changes, take those viewpoints, perspectives within that code base.
Love
and
that black
see
sword
what
he's got.
can
It's
be
so
applied
cool.
to what you are trying to make for the product, for the game, for everything else.
So that's a great suggestion. It's something I've considered. I actually have talked to my attorneys about open sourcing the entire engine. It's not something that I'm opposed to. In fact, there are plans. I'm not going to talk about plans because I know you guys don't like me talking about plans. But I would like to do things beyond.
He sounds like such a.
Once Chronicles of Illyria is done, that's for the future. I'm not going to worry about it. But the point is that there are benefits for us to open source things like our communication protocol and other parts of the Soulborn engine. So I would open source them if I could. But part of the problem is for legal reasons and the lawsuit. It is dangerous for me to do that right now.
Fucking told you.
So I can't go into details on that. But what I will say is the value of the company is tied up in its intellectual property, its assets, and its engine. That's the value of the company right now. And so if I open source those things and give them away, depending upon how I do that, it could impact the value of the company. That's all I can say on this.
So again, as we touched on in the last video, talking about what people gain from crowdfunding and things, Caspian has gained, his company's valuation is based on the engine he created with other people's money that he won't let anybody see and won't open source even though other people paid for it, and he essentially the money that he's put in has been to avoid being sued. I don't know if he put money in at the start. Actually, I think he did, or at least he said he did, for the initial seed and everything. But yeah, obviously he would have, I assume would have made that back from the years of crowdfunding and paying himself a salary and things. But yeah, again, just another case of he's built something off other people's money and then nobody gets to see or use it.
Let's see. Not going to lie, I don't miss this. Not going to lie, Zen. I miss and don't miss this. Yeah, no, that's fair. Parts of it great people. However, lots of those far more work with the community leads.
I will again extend the offer, by the way. If anyone speaks to Caspian, definitely relay this message. If he wants to have like a candid interview with probably the biggest audience he's going to get, and definitely the biggest audience of haters and critics, I will sit down with you, like not in person obviously for doing that, but I'll get on a Discord call with you and we'll have a real interview. I won't like go crazy on you. I'm not gonna it's not gonna be a gotcha. I will literally just prepare questions that I think would represent what most people want to know from a layman's perspective, and somebody who's followed pretty much everything about the game and most of the things you've said post-game, in a post-game era, and you know, you can get some real brownie points if you've got the right answers to those questions. I'm definitely not opposed to doing that, and if I'm ever going to interview anyone on the channel, even if it's someone I completely vehemently disagree with, I'm not going to like, you know, wreck them or go in trying to like score points on them. I will just do a legit interview with the questions that I think people want answers to, and I will push back if I feel like questions are not being answered properly or being avoided, and I will repeatedly ask the same question if it isn't being answered properly. So it will be a hard one. It'll definitely be a bit of a grilling, but it'll not be like combative in a way of like me trying to, you know, call your names or, you know, prove you wrong unless it's something that has publicly already been talked about or whatever. So yeah, if you're down for that, man, I'd definitely do that. You seem willing to communicate, I guess, based on this Discord conversation. So why not? It seems like a win-win if you've got the answers.
It really ever should have been. Yeah, I don't disagree there either. The U.S. wasn't where we wanted to raise children, and ultimately we did our research and put a long-term plan in place. Adam, I'm super glad. I know we talked recently, and you mentioned being in Ireland. My son is thinking about going for college. He's just generally not liking the United States right now.
You can blame him.
He's taking a trip to go see the colleges there. Whether or not he'll actually end up in Utrecht or Groningen, I do not know, but those are his plans. Niz, can I just raise my hand so I don't interrupt or push off other questions? Yeah, Niz, if you have a question you'd like to ask now, verbally.
So, first I want to say, whoever said to remove fuck from endeavor, please think of the children is not focusing on what they need to be focusing on, but best of wishes to them.
Sure.
But back on the topic, it's kind of hard to address things that you've been saying when it's such a long thought dump, so if you don't mind just kind of going over a few things I want to
absolutely.
ask you about.
Something killed me instantly.
So first of all,
I don't know.
way back at the beginning of the
How that work is
conversation, you
gone.
said that you wanted to end the crowdfunding, right? Because you knew that it was done. You knew that you couldn't keep on taking money from people for something that you weren't going to finish in a timely manner?
Nope. Stop. That is not what I said. And the only reason I'm interrupting you right now on that is because that is definitely not what I said, and I don't want to.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, no. So, okay, great. So your question was, how does that play out? So here's what happened.
Yeah, basically, what made you decide suddenly? I'm cutting it off. I don't want to say.
People stopped giving him money. It's fucking. I want him to get the answer. So good question. Actually, the first good question, in my opinion, a pointed question straight away, like a fucking spear. Yeah. Why did you say you wanted to stop crowdfunding? I mean, we know the answer because people stopped giving you money. You didn't quit your job. You were fired.
Give me your money anymore.
Yes. No, I hear you. Okay. So that is a great question, and I'll answer it as directly as I possibly can. We were continuing to crowdfund. We had told people we needed to continue to crowdfund. In November, or in September or October, we did the domain and settlement selection. That was highly productive. We got I think close to $1 million or $800,000 or $900,000 to continue moving development. That's when I hired the other team and started working on Kingdoms of Valyria. And then we fucked up on the Settlers of Valyria event in December. And when I say we, I mean ultimately I am accountable for that, though it was not me that did it. I was not responsible for it. It was our web team. But they fucked up, and the community was mad at us, as they should have been for fucking that up again. And so what I did was I said, we're not going to crowdfund any further. We're not going to do any more events until we get this out the door. And then stuff happened, which I can't discuss because it was between us and a third party who we have an NDA with. But it resulted in us not putting out the Settlers of Valyria event until March. So we went from September or October to March with effectively no crowdfunding. And our burn rate was very high. And internally in the studio, we're watching this go down, and we're like, this is dangerous for us. This is hard, but we are going to try and do what we said, which is not crowdfund any further until we ship Settlers of Valyria. What we knew was that Settlers of Valyria had about a $3 million potential revenue for us, which was enough to get us to alpha and to really where we needed to be. And so we were all just crossing our fingers and going, that's okay, we'll get to alpha and it'll all be fine. Or we'll get to the Settlers of Valyria, it will all be fine. Then the pandemic hit, and our friends in the industry started getting furloughed and losing their jobs, and so people in the studio started getting nervous. Then we got a state requirement that we all go home and throughout the office, and so we're all working remotely, and that felt really bad. And then there were rumors that this was probably going to go on for a very long period of time.
I couldn't move.
And so I'm getting nervous from all these different things coming in. I'm worried about my team not being able to get a new job. I'm worried, or us having to furlough or lay off. I'm just getting nervous in general. And then we launched the Settlers of Valyria event, and it made $10,000 from the time it launched until the time that I was like, fuck. So what happened was I looked at that.
So you just answered, you've just proven to me. You delusionally thought, there's a $3 to $4 million fucking pay pig here. There's a pinata, and the pinata is our audience. And then you released it and you raised 10 grand. People were done, bro. You showed them nothing, and they were still disappointed. What else can you say? You didn't decide to stop crowdfunding, brother. The crowd decided to stop funding you.
That and said, this is an abject failure. There is not enough money here for us to do this. We have to find another path forward that doesn't rely on crowdfunding.
So you didn't decide to stop, like you said. I don't know, man. Language is important. It's used to convey the thoughts from your brain into someone else's brain. What you've just said is not you decided to stop crowdfunding. You've just admitted the crowd stopped giving you money.
Now. So it was not like we had this big pool of money that we were sitting on, and I was suddenly like, we need to stop this. Also, a lot of people were like, why did you launch this, thing and then suddenly, close down the studio or
Yeah, good question. Yeah.
You took our money and ran. Xnola keeps the money for 2 weeks before they deposit it into our account. The money went to Xnola, but never to us. We never saw the money from that event. They refunded it. Or if they didn't, that's on them, because we don't have control over that. They specifically hold on to that money.
Remember this soundbite, and if you are somebody, and I know loads of people who watch these videos are Chronicles of Illyria backers, if you are somebody who gave them some of that $10,000, if you bought anything during that last crowdfunding event, please contact me immediately. As soon as you see this,
oh, I had a good start there.
Chronicles of Illyria discussion groups or whatever, Discords. If you are somebody who put money into that last crowdfunding event and didn't get your money back, contact me, because it means Caspian has literally just admitted that they didn't get the money and Xsola should have refunded it. So if Xsola didn't, that's a pretty big deal right there, and something I would be 100% interested in listening to and seeing evidence of.
Money for 2 weeks before giving it to us, just in case.
Oh, and by the way, he has also just literally admitted that they had no money remaining and yet decided to launch a crowdfunding event they knew they wouldn't be getting money from for 2 weeks, and they waited until fucking D-Day basically to launch this. They waited until 0 hour, like there was no time left. They'd completely run out of money, and then they launched the crowdfunding event, which was a failure, which again is just another failure of management.
That there are any refund requests or other things. So that wasn't on us. We never saw money from the Settlers of Illyria event. So that's the answer.
Good.
The Settlers of Illyria event was an abject failure. I was super nervous for the people in the studio. And the other thing was, and again, I said this before, even back then during the developer blog, I and my family and everyone else around us was stuck at home. And I legitimately did not want people sitting at home waiting for a game to come out and continuing to crowdfund when people were stockpiling toilet paper. Like,
they'd already stopped giving you money anyway. It already happened, so this wouldn't have been a concern. Like, people had already decided to stop giving you money.
It looked like this was going to be another Great Depression or a recession or something. And so part of that decision was, how do I want people spending their money? Do I want people to continue crowdfunding Chronicles of Illyria right now, or do I want them saving their money for more important things, or even being able to use that money towards the purchase of an actual game that they could play like right that moment? And so it was a combination of all those things. It was the failure of Settlers of Illyria. It was the fact that we hadn't crowdfunded since the previous October. It was me seeing my colleagues in the industry getting laid off, and it was me not wanting the community to continue to crowdfund. And it was not done with the support of the studio. Let me be clear. Many people in the studio were like, no, let's just move on to the Kickstarter version. Let's do this early this year. That's, just let people know the situation we're in, and they'll support us. And I genuinely believe that they would have. I think that the community would have rallied and probably would have supported us long enough for us to find out whether or not the PvP program was going to go through and whether or not we were going to get money for that. And then we would have learned that this thing we thought was going to be this new Great Depression or recession have been. And we probably would have been in a completely different situation. I regret the decision that I made. It was the best decision I could have made at the time with the information I had. But in retrospect, I wish I had just fought harder and not done that.
The rumors have been that you did get money for that. Did you?
I did, yeah.
Whoever this person is, congratulations. You've been the only person in an hour that's asked any useful questions, at least in my opinion. The other questions were statements or, talking about technical stuff, which I don't think is very important, or just giving opinions. In terms of asking questions to get useful answers, these are the only ones, and 2 good questions so far.
So So Soulbound not me personally, but Soulbound Studios got about $250,000 from the PPP program, which was intended to be used to keep the skeleton crew, because we had a little bit of money.
Oh, I killed him. I killed one.
To keep a small team of people on and
Yes!
to work on Kingdoms of
Stay
Amalur.
alive!
I was also going to be putting more money in. We started talking to companies about acquisitions and additional
Did I go up a level?
and I will confess to you, every bit of that money went to the lawsuit, defending Soulbound Studios' ability to keep developing.
Now, I'm not going to go back into the archive and look if they got a second PPP loan. I think that they did, but don't quote me on that again, because I've spent so much time looking into this, and I've looked into so many different games and PPP stuff, because I'm doing an overall video on the whole fraud that is the PPP system that literally just shifted billions into the pockets of billionaires for something that was... It's basically one of the greatest frauds in history. It's bigger than Bernie Madoff. It's bigger than pretty much anything you can think of in terms of like a fraudulent scheme. Because people just took the money that definitely didn't need it, and it was used to prop up some industries and stuff that were already, doing fine and even profited from the pandemic. So, in terms of this, I don't remember if they took two. I don't know if it was Chronicles of Lair and Soulbound that I was looking into that did, and you can find this publicly online. I can even look it up now if I really cared all too much. But as far as I remember, the PPP loan was to guarantee. I think it even, like, the tagline of it is literally guarantee. It's called a payment protection plan, right, or something along those lines, and it is literally to guarantee the job.
Where did you come from? I thought you were on the cliff.
Staff at your company.
God
I'm pretty
damn
sure
it!
that is
Fine.
exactly what it was used for, because it's protecting the salaries of the people in your company. So the idea that you took a PPP loan to guarantee salaries of people and then fired those people, that surely can't be the use for the PPP loan, right? Surely there's something wrong with that, and I brought this up multiple times before, but hearing the admittance of, yeah, we took it, everyone had already gone by that point, and then we used it for the lawsuit. I don't want to say it's fraud because I don't know enough about the PPP loan in terms of the actual. No one's been punished for fuck all related to that anyway, so it doesn't even matter. And obviously, so many other companies did the same shit, or took the money and it didn't go to, they didn't need it in the first place. I guess, can I even really be that bothered? I'm not the American government. I'm not an American taxpayer, so whatever, I guess.
I don't think that that's what PPP is either for, though. Would you not agree with that?
Actually, so PPP money is a SBA 7A loan with a specific intent to be used to keep employees on. And if you were able to use it to pay employees, then it can be forgiven. Which was, we wanted it to be forgiven, and the intention was for us to use it to keep the employees on.
Okay.
But actually, within the rules of the PPP loan, it can be used for any viable business purpose. And that was something we consulted our lawyers about and accountants, and they said, hey, if this is what you need to use it for to keep the studio going, if this is what's going to allow you to keep going and deliver a product to your customers, then this is the right use of that money.
Isn't that just a straight technicality, though? Because the lawsuit's not going to make them deliver the game, is it? Winning the lawsuit or not losing the lawsuit or just battling the lawsuit is not going to make them deliver the game. So I call that a technicality. But I thought you couldn't apply for the PPP loan. That would be my question, unless you had you kept those people on salary. I thought that was like a requirement. But again, not an expert on PPP loans. I'd have to go look at it, which I will do if I'm ever going to cover this in like an actual condensed format again.
Oh, what? He wasn't even near me! Oh my god.
The way that you closed the studio, you said you're shuttering the studio and closing down, offering you offered nothing in compensation towards your community, so it was disappointing at best, and it felt very fraudulent at worst. So
someone really wanted your product, and now she's pissed. She feels taken
Your skill has
advantage of.
increased.
Do not
Sucks,
have the
man.
experience. This is something that you were talking about. To know what you are going to do, because our experience with you is our overwhelming evidence from the beginning of Chronicles of Illyria to the end
Your skill has
that
increased.
you are not going to do what you set out to do.
Oh my god! This person is literally just banger after banger of question, statement, and true and real. Oh my god. Just have this person on the whole time.
Your skill has
just
increased.
asking the useful things, saying the things that matter. Man.
So dismissing that out of hand like you did, while you are continuing to fail to deliver anything that you promise, from
Your skill has
kiss.
increased.
deadlines on your dev journals to I'm going to do this on Friday. You, from the beginning of
God damn it.
Valeria until now, you have not met a deadline. So that's that.
Oh, exactly what I was saying in the video. I'm so glad this
Your
person's
skill
here
has
to
increased.
actually say useful things.
That's why it kind of it stings. It makes us feel a little. He doesn't give a shit because he's not listening when we say you just.
Your skill
don't
has
do it.
increased.
So, like I want to believe you. I really do.
Oh,
But
no.
I just can't question why people get decided.
Oh.
So.
Your skill has increased.
So why? I guess is like one most important thing is why is there a focus on KOE? So like what is about this game, this KOE is not down.
He's already answered this, and I don't believe that this is true, because again, you could just release the MMO that you said is very close into an early access or whatever and get money that way, but he's literally said it's so that they can fund the continued development of Chronicles of Valeria. But obviously he was already planning on making KOE in like 2016, and they were just multiple years late on the idea of it, so it's like he's sticking to a fucking game plan. You know, when the game ended, the game's not even being played anymore. The sport has been fucking retired. You know, the Hall of Fame has been closed and knocked down, but they're still sticking to the game plan, and it's just him, like geriatric Caspian in a park, just like throwing a ball to a tree or something. Like, that's what he's doing.
Oh, come on! God damn it, I tried to move, and the fucking barrels had fallen on me, and he blew them up. Son of a bitch.
The nothing state that it's in, according to everything that you have shown us, which is nothing.
Oh god. Oh god, I don't want to die. 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 Come on.
And us
Come on.
actually
Run, 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 run. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
is
Don't kill me.
KOE just for
Oh,
investors?
please, please,
like
please, please.
Lion says,
Please, please, please,
to
please.
get more money?
Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Please, please, please.
Sorry, that was a lot of.
He's just consulting the lawyers real quick. Just give him a minute. He's just making sure he's, you know, got his I's dotted and his T's crossed.
I hate you right now, is what it sounded like.
No,
it's just,
no.
I want you to understand that's where we are right now.
No.
Is you have proven nothing.
No, it's a. Sorry,
from the beginning, you know.
Answer the question, man.
I don't interpret that as a lot of I hate you. I'm not offended by it. I'm sad. And the reason I'm sad is number one, I think that
What is going on, brother? It's been like a minute. Nobody. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're sad or not. Like, just answer the question.
I'm trying to figure out where the right place is to start on this. So a company is not one person. I know that it's been easy for
yours is. Yours is, man, and you're the one being asked the question. Your company is you. That's it.
Fuck.
Community to continuously say I fail to do these things, and you are right in the sense that I'm accountable for that. You know, either I'm not hiring the right people, I'm setting too aggressive deadlines, I'm expecting too much from the team, I'm, you know, unrealistic about what they're capable of doing.
Fuck.
There's any number of reasons why I'm failing as a leader if we are not meeting our milestone. And so you're not wrong. I am accountable for this. The thing that I think is many cases, I wasn't involved in the choices that were made that led to those things happening. I had a team of producers, and I took the information that was given to me and validated it the best I could, and then presented that to the community. And there were many times where
whoa, come on, he just one-shots
I'm not
me.
throwing anybody under the bus. That is squarely on
bullshit.
me. It's just that I, in many cases, was just as frustrated about that as you guys are, or were. And in the more recent days, it's just me. And so, you know, I have to make choices about...
Right. So, what you're saying is, everyone else was making you look bad, and that's the problem, because you were relying on other people, you hired the wrong people, you're the one who set expectations, you're the one who decided what went out to the public, all your decisions, by the way, but then all those things failed and they were someone else's fault, but ultimately your fault, because you literally are the CEO of the company. But then now you're on your own, you continue to set deadlines and say things and not do them, and there's nobody else to blame but you this time. And what? You're literally just admitting, yeah, you're right, actually. When I said earlier, you can't tell me because you don't know what I can do. They can, because everything you've ever done has proven the point that you're not going to deliver on what you've said, because you never have. Not when it was you ultimately responsible, but other people perhaps fucking things up here and there. And by the way, if that consistently happens, that is still your fault completely, as the owner of the company and the people who set these things. And you continue to tell people, oh, this is going to be done now, you know, we're going to have this. Nothing ever happens. Like, the first thing you said was going to happen is still not done by the last fucking the time the studio closes. So if you're wrong, even that, like, in everything afterwards, like, why is anyone complete? But then obviously when everything goes belly up and it's just you still can't stick to any deadlines. I don't know, man. How can you spin this one?
You know, you commented on it. Seems like I just
What?
don't care, and that's not.
Oh my god, what was that? That was finicky and stupid.
Referencing back when you said earlier that nobody can tell me what I can and can't do because, you know, I am going to deliver and you don't know because you don't have the experience to know. Yeah, we do. That's what they're talking about, not that you don't care. Like, whether you care or not is irrelevant. Like, who gives a fuck? I can't read your mind. Nobody can. So the idea that I would put any trust or stock in whether you care or not, I don't care about that. I care about results. I care about the logical... my brain is purely driven on logic, fortunately or unfortunately sometimes. So I care about results. I don't care about whether you care or not. Some people make great games that don't care about them. I would still play those games whether they do or not. I don't give a fuck if the critic cares about them. It's nice if they do, because sometimes it results in better things because they, you know, maybe they play their own game and they know. But if you can make a good game and not care about it, I don't give a fuck.
Come
if
on.
I enjoy the game, I don't care if you like it or not.
The hardest thing to hear, because I continue to work my ass off day in and day out, every day, getting up early, staying up late, doing all the things I could do. I don't think I could care more about you guys or the things that I'm doing. And I wish that there was a way to make that obvious other than to continue working as hard as I can.
Show the game.
But I see it. I mean, I know what you guys are seeing. You know, I say, hey, I'm going to, you know, put out developer journals on Tuesdays, and then Tuesday comes and I'm like, shit, you know, I can't do it this Tuesday because stuff came up. And I can't tell you why. And sometimes it's for things that I can actually tell you why, and sometimes it's things that I can't actually tell you why. Sometimes I feel like trying to explain myself, it feels like I'm making it. You know, for the better part, it is, in the sense that, you know, this is what I said would happen, and then it didn't. And I really, the thing I can say about that is that it's not like, at no time am I saying, this is going to be something I'm targeting for, or I'm going to deliver on Tuesday. Am I just going, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to worry about it.
What? I was on a grappling hook.
That I go,
Oh my god.
Again, it's irrelevant. Nobody cares. Like, maybe some people do, but I'm telling you, like, the reason why
do you do this
irrelevant.
stupid shit?
The fact is...
Do you think it's fun?
Again, he doesn't understand, I don't think, what the original premise of the question was, because he's answering something that was never asked.
It's fun to fight them, but it's like... this many times, man.
I get sick, or, you know, there's a family emergency, or, you know, I have to handle legal issues or business issues or, you know, something. Sometimes they're good. Sometimes good things happen. And I'm like, I have to take an opportunity to deal with this because it's a good opportunity for the studio and it's good for the community. But I know it's going to come at the cost of missing a milestone, or it's going to come at the cost of not getting a developer journal out on the day that I said it was going to. What do I do here?
Right, but can I interrupt you?
Sure, absolutely.
It's not a milestone, and it's not a developer journal deadline. It's not
Sure.
a time you have set your own self-imposed deadline. And sorry guys, can't do that again. And it's every single time. I don't want you to have a deadline.
Yeah. So that's the other
Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, it's so funny. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. What can you say? You can't argue with it. What are you going to say to this one, Caspian? I was only going to do an hour here. It seems like this video is going to literally be like a 5-hour reaction at this rate. So I'll stop after, you know, how long does this person keep asking actual good questions? Hopefully not much longer, but I will stop after this.
thing I'm sad about. And thanks for saying that. That was actually the next thing that I was going to address, so it helps pull back on the rails. You know, it always is painful for me when people say, you've shown literally nothing.
Oh
Not
god.
once, nor have you
Jump!
ever in the entire time that you've been doing this managed to hit another.
Jump.
Because it's not true. And I'm not going to be condescending here. It's just not true. You know, we went to multiple PAXs. We had multiple gameplay videos. We had Friday Shinies where we showed concept and 3D models and renderings and the tribes and animations and animation demos, and we, you know.
There was a point where you were showing images of trees, just photoshopping tree houses on them. Like that's the shit that you were showing. And images like dogs from Google. Like, nobody cares about that. What they mean is show the fucking game, man. Show the game. Like, you actually playing it. You've never shown anybody just booted up a live stream, just logged into the game and just played it with like other people in your studio bucket. Surely after so long and so much money, you just have like an environment. Again, companies like Crowfall, whatever their actual company is called, they had an alpha of a game that was multiplayer that you could log in within months of their Kickstarter going live, and you're like fucking 6 years or something, and you've never shown anybody logging on from your studio, like just internal testers, and like 5 of you just walking around doing a dungeon or something. Like never seen it, ever.
You know, neat lore that we were working on.
That's what people care about, not, oh yeah, here's an animation. Fucking fantastic. Yeah,
I got one.
Exists, then,
Please let me up. Oh! God damn it, you would let me up! I was trying. I was like, please let me up, and it was like it disappeared. It was this. Oh my god. Oh, I hate this fight.
That's not a game.
Can't wait for it to be over.
Burst people's bubbles. The demos that you see like that, the trailers that CD Projekt Red shows for their game 10 years before it comes out, that's not the game. That is literally just a fucking thing that they built as a proof of concept, or like for them to show. That's it. That's what these demos are.
We shared information about the backend platform network, and I think the things that people forget is like when you have one animator and the animator shows something, that's his work. That's something. Like that's valuable even if it's small. And when you show concept art and you have a concept artist, that's his work, and that's valuable, and it's something. And you know, so if you take all the stuff that we shared and put it next to like a Camelot Unchained, and I'm not gonna throw them under the bus, but if you take it and throw it against another contemporary at the time, you're gonna find that in most cases we had as much or more content that was shared than.
No, you didn't. You're a lot, bro. No, you did not. How are you gonna to say that. They've literally got a playable game that people can log in and play. I think Camelot Unchained is a fucking abject disaster. I think the game looks awful and it hasn't meaningfully
Where's
progressed
the hook?
at all in years.
Where's the hook? There's no here. Oh my god.
So I'm not a shill for that game. I've never even bought it, never played it, and fucking probably never will. They've got their own problems. But the idea that you've shown more when they've had a playable game for basically as long as you've had a game, like they went into like their beta or whatever they call it, which is an alpha. We all know it's an alpha.
I got one.
Ago,
I got one if I can live.
years
If I can live.
ago. Like,
Got one. I got
you
one.
can't
I
say
got
that
one.
with a straight face. It's just a lie. That's just not true.
Most of them. And that's not an exaggeration. That's something that Ash actually did. He was actually the producer of Camelot.
I'm gonna
Unchained
win.
before he joined
Gonna
us.
win this time.
Similarly, you know, I will go 3 or 4 months of hitting the developer journals regularly, every day on that first, or excuse me, the second Tuesday of the month, and then I will.
But the developer journals are full of stuff you missed. It's literally months behind where it should have been.
Oh
It's
god!
saying like, oh yeah, I didn't get around to doing this thing still, but I've done this thing which I never even said I needed or was going to do.
Oh no!
Because a lot
Oh
of
my
the
god!
stuff that you
Please,
said
please,
was
please,
gonna
please,
be
please, please,
done
please, please,
a year
please,
ago,
please.
and
Please,
like
please, please.
3/4 of it still isn't done. Like that's
Please
just a
live.
statement true. So even if you hit the deadline of coming to tell people that the stuff that you've done hasn't been done, you still missed a lot of the deadlines of telling people that you missed the stuff you were gonna do. Like, man alive.
This one.
Please tell me you killed him. Yes! I win! I got him after a few tries. I could do this game. I could beat this game. Oh, thank God. These things were fucking nightmare.
That's what you guys believe. I don't think anybody's exaggerating. I think you guys actually look at.
Now I think I have a level.
There were no demos.
Oh, yeah.
There were no PAXs. There was no screenshots or gameplay videos. There was no media. There was no animations. There was no concepts. You guys literally, the website is bare.
You're literally just.
He's cracked. He's just lying. He's like cracked.
Nobody's saying that. Like, he just doesn't
like,
get it.
Like he's
this
cracked.
Is
He's
a
delusional.
crazed man saying this here. There's no way you can believe that. You are literally gaslighting people by saying this. I'm sorry. That is exactly what you're doing. Nobody said that you've never released concept art or anything. Like, when people say you've never shown anything, they mean the fucking game. They mean the game being played that you were developing for like 6 years. That's what they mean. The demos don't count, man. You didn't even let people have the demos. Like, the only gameplay anyone ever got to play, if they didn't go to PAX, was something somebody could make in one day.
If they didn't
like
go to
a
PAX.
jumping
Who the
puzzle
fuck
with
goes to
fucking,
PAX?
like, Paper
Fucking
Mario
PAX?
graphics. Like, come on, brother.
I feel like there are people who believe that to be true.
I think industry tools, journalists, streamers, and vendors go to PAX.
But I'm not making excuses.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
To try and do this every single time, and oftentimes there are different things, and sometimes I'm just too tired. Like this time, I had this great idea of what I wanted to do for a developer journal. I want to talk through the networking code, and I want to show what I have done for the last month and the research that went into it. And it's really hard to visualize research. And so I was like, I'm going to show the research by demonstrating what I learned about the protocols. And then I wrote an 18-page, I don't know what the fuck you want to call that. I wrote 18 pages of content. And then at the end of that, I'm looking at this going, nobody's going to read this. Why did I waste my time on this? And
Yeah, that's what I've been saying for like 2 years now with the developer blogs, like the tech ones. Nobody cares. Like,
nobody cares.
Wasting your time by doing that. And why are you doing that in the first place?
I charge my phone.
This is the problem where what you're saying and what you're doing are completely at odds with each other. Because if you wanted to show people stuff, the most meaningful thing you could do wouldn't be spending hours writing fucking text blog posts about shit nobody cares about. It would be
thank
loading up a
God.
live stream and showing someone the game.
Survival.
Like, you could do one of those for 1 hour with 5 people logging into the game you said you have made and you know, running a dungeon or, you know, running around exploring the world or whatever. You could do 1 hour live stream of that, and that would mean more to everybody who knows that this game exists than 5,000 dev blogs talking nonsense. Like, so your priorities are fucked up, man. Like, what more can I say? You got this twisted. You don't understand, yet again, another thing that you're failing at, like being a CEO of a company. Sick burn, I'm sorry, but true. You don't understand how to manage people's expectations. You don't know what people want. As displayed by you thinking when people say you've shown us nothing, you think showing somebody an animation or a concept art after 6 years of taking like $10 million is a reasonable thing to do. You think that Camelot Unchained as a playable game that people can log in for multiple hours per week and play with, you know, the 7 other people that care about Camelot Unchained, you think you've done the same as them. You haven't. Like, factually untrue. You just don't get it. You don't understand.
And so then I, you know, after struggling through it, eventually I just threw it up on Discord and I'm like, here, this is my sacrificial link to a PDF. Let me get back to work on writing networking code.
Who is it even for? What does it even accomplish? If you're not crowdfunding, you're not trying to raise money, what does it even accomplish to write these fucking blogs that nobody cares about to people? When that time could be better spent making the game? Like, it makes no sense to me. What are you doing? It's a complete waste of time. Everybody's time. Even the people that would read it, which I guarantee there's not that many people that do.
Anyways, I guess the only thing I can say about that is, you know, I'm glad you're still here. I remember some of our conversations in the early days. I think you were even in IRC with me. And the fact that you are still coming to these calls, you know, even to tell me you're disappointed that I have missed these things, it means a lot to me.
Glazing.
Because it shows that you care. You know, you're frustrated by me, and you're disappointed in me.
Cool, I can just warp out too. Fucking sweet.
But the fact that you're here means you care. And
I finished that quest.
That's the thing I'm gonna take from the conversation
it was hard too.
I have is, you know, I need to try and do better, but that you care.
Glazing. Okay, I'm going to end it here. We're 1 hour and 8 minutes in. This is another hour plus long video. I don't know if I can continue doing these. I'm personally interested to keep listening, but I know obviously most people, like, if a video in a series is going to get less views the second time around than the first time, what chance is, like, the 5th video of this that's like hour 2 to 2 hours 20 or whatever, what are the chances most people are going to watch like 6 hours of me watching a 2.5 hour video of the thing that says sound only, talking about Caspian? Probably nobody's really going to care. Maybe I'll still do it. I don't know. We'll fucking see, I guess. Whatever. Click the links in the video description. Game subs. You too can drink beer at 9 PM. Listening to Caspian out of a cup with a large-breasted anime girl on it. Use it, and you can even do it with 10% discount with Kira TV at checkout. Link in video description. You can also get free samples. I think you even get free delivery on the samples, so you pay nothing to try out the product for the next like day. That might have ended. Who knows? I totally forgot that was a thing. Didn't promote it at all. But there you go. There's also a Patreon if you want to give me money for suffering through the amazing Caspian things. And Discord if you want to join, give content recommendations, Twitter, things like that. And yeah, I'll see you next time. Peace. So this is part 3 of the Caspian Chronicles video, where we're going through the you know, audio recording that happened when he showed up in the Discord and started doing a Q&A. If you don't know anything about this, there's way too much to explain, so I'm not going to. There's a few things I'm going to go over beforehand. There's a subreddit called Kingdoms of Illyria, right? Which shouldn't exist, because who the fuck cares about Kingdoms of Illyria, other than people that watch my videos and just want to, you know, bask in the glorious interactions that Caspian has with the community and the things that he says about the game. And it's run by one of probably 3 of the, you know, the Transformer pajama wearing 40-year-old adults who, they hear Caspian saying the sky's red and they go, fucking hell, Caspian, I didn't know the sky were red. And then they look and they see the sky's blue and they go, yeah, but Caspian said it's red, and they believe him. I don't know why they do that. Obviously there's something going on there that's a bit of a problem. But it's this Malvorn dude, and he's always had a problem with me, probably because I don't believe that the sky's red when somebody who's a proven liar tells me that the sky's red. He moderates this subreddit, and if you'll notice, none of my videos are on the subreddit. Do I care? No, because the subreddit doesn't get any form of traction or anything, and all the people on there watch my videos anyway, so they know that they've been posted. But some people did apparently post some of my videos, and this guy deleted them. And the reason he deleted them, it will become apparent here. What he says is, of course, Runtman here says, you really dropped the ball locking the other threads to post your own, so only he is allowed to post, apparently. There was no misinformation from Kira. He was sharing the real conversation. He didn't call it a scam like you claim. He called Caspian incompetent, which is accurate. You've lost the plot. Edit. I got banned for this comment, XD. Now, obviously, he comes in here and says some things that never happened. So people quote him, and they said, quite simple, Kira TV spreads misinformation. Remember this. Kira TV spreads misinformation in the past and feeds off clickbait videos, so till the channel changes, it'll be removed. Spoiler alert, my friend. I will not be changing anything I do based on anything you say, because you are a moron, which we'll get into here, and also a hypocrite, and ironically, the only one spreading misinformation. So he says, saying that COE is a scam is misinformation. Now, I could do some editing here, where I rolled back the tape of all the other videos, where I say repeatedly throughout, I don't think Chronicles of Valeria is a scam. I
got an arrow quiver 24 to 30. Very good.
That worked there, and I know that they worked on a game, and that money was spent making a game, which means I don't think it's a scam. And I've said this repeatedly. Anyone who's watched my content knows I've said this repeatedly. So he's saying I said it's a scam, which is misinformation apparently. And then somebody quotes him and says, you know, when does he say that? He actually says in these videos that it's not a scam. And he says, within hours of posting saying I did say it's a scam, he says, you are correct. Meaning he's acknowledging I don't say it's a scam, but the channel as a whole peddles misinformation and general hate. It's a clickbait hate channel that thrives off this. So, successful goalpost moved. I spread misinformation, but he says, oh, Kira says it's a scam. But Kira didn't say it's a scam. He said the opposite, actually. Yeah, you're right. He didn't say that, actually. But he does peddle misinformation. You're the misinformation, brother. You are the one peddling the misinformation. And I don't know where the general hate's coming from. I don't hate anybody. Actually, I probably do hate one or two people that I've made videos on. But not for anything that I made videos about. For things that happen behind the scenes that have nothing to do with anything I said within those videos. And I don't even really hate them. I more pity them because they're pathetic losers. But I don't hate Caspian. I think Caspian's actually really funny. And I do sympathise with him on a lot of the things that have happened. And I don't think he should be getting hate. I just think he should be held accountable for the things he says and does, which has not been deliver a video game, not show anyone any of the stuff he didn't deliver that is a video game, and not show anyone the finances truly when he said he was going to. I think that it's unreasonable that he's not open sourced what he has, or at least shown people, you know, what is actually playable with the money that isn't his. The money was given to him to make a game. The game is, in my mind, I know not legally, but in my mind is owned by the community that paid for the game. It's clickbait hate channel that thrives off this. I don't thrive off hate. I talk about things that are mostly negative because that's what interests me. So yeah, I don't know about the clickbait part. Everyone uses clickbait media. But I replied to this and I said, Kira TV said it's a scam. Reality, no he didn't. You, yeah you're right, he didn't say that. I just lied. LeMayo, what even are you? So this guy is obviously the biggest Reddit moderator you can ever see. He has 92,000 post-karma on Reddit, and he just posts constantly arguing with people about politics, just repeatedly. Every single subreddit you can go into, just constantly arguing with people about politics. So just basically terminally online. Now let's move into the actual content of the video. Go buy GamerSups as well. We are not sponsored by GamerSups, they are an affiliate. But they're cool. I drink it every single day, especially when I'm going to the gym. Helps with hydration and stuff. You can get uncaffeinated versions, or you can get caffeinated ones if you're that kind of person. I personally like drinking my caffeine mostly with coffee, but sometimes I do want a bit of a pick-me-up without drinking milk and stuff, and I don't always drink black coffee. They also have teas now, so you can buy gamer teas, sleepy time with theanine. I don't know if that's how you say it, but caffeine-free tea. They have black tea, turmeric and ginger, which is actually a banger. I've been drinking quite a lot of that. And you can get waifu cups, which are awesome, change the fluids in. and you can get normal cups if you're just like a boring bastard like this. I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend being boring. You could, if you buy one of those, you're basically this dude, which I definitely wouldn't recommend doing that. That seems like a pretty sad way to live. But here we go. Let's watch Caspian talking to people about stuff. Fuck knows what he's going to say this time. I'm sure it'll be a corker. Okay, here's where we left off. I'm almost certain this is where we left off.
I think for everyone, I think I can say we all still want to see Chronicles of Valeria 2 exist, but we just haven't. Dev journals are one thing, but you say you have all this work done, and even back before you shuttered the studio, you had all of these little videos of people walking around little areas and stuff like that, and the only thing we ever got out of it was that parkour demo that really didn't have anything in it.
No, it didn't.
I love how he just admits it. No, what you did get was nothing. I in fact did give you nothing. The game was being developed for 4 years. I got $8 million. I said I could do it for 1. I got 8, and I gave you nothing. And he's just like, yeah, no, you didn't get a shit.
I don't know if that was
Mitch will
just
sell it.
Please stick, or
No.
if you were just actually really proud that you got a guy to climb around. But either way, it just wasn't enough. And for 5 years of development.
Mhm.
And I think that's short of
Yeah.
it. And
Yeah.
Thanks for
No,
letting me ramble a little.
Oh, thanks for letting me ramble a lot. No, I again, I'm really glad you're here. Yeah, that demo was not. It was something the team was really proud of, not because of the work involved, but because of what it meant for them.
If you don't know what he's talking about, by the way, it was the same low texture, like poor graphics. Can I show you? Because a picture will tell 1,000 words.
Hello, everybody, and
Is this the person who's asking him the questions? Maybe it is. This is the parkour thing that was released.
up and grab the roof kind of thing, but if it's a taller structure...
I'm fairly sure this is the Whisper Bird. I'm fairly sure this is the person asking him the questions. I didn't hear the name brought up at the beginning, but I think this is who was asking him. But this is what was released after 5 years of development, by the way. Just a small area where you could do parkour. Like, I'm doing parkour, bro. I am jumping on stuff and climbing, cool. And this is what the team was apparently really proud of to release to their community after being 8 times over their budget and like 2 times over their deadline for a fully released playable next generation MMORPG. This is what they were really proud of, just for context.
So we had done way more, like the features that were part of that weren't even the features that were a part of our previous parkour experience at PAX. And I think Adam said that he was at all of them. I know he played it. Like, it was way cooler than what was ultimately delivered to you guys. The reason why that was important to us is because it was part of a long-term roadmap that Vi and I had set up. We had 2 separate teams at that point, one led by Ash, one led by Vi, and one was focusing on moving towards the Kingdoms of Valyria and domain settlement land management mechanics of Chronicles of Valyria, and the other one moving on the adventuring mechanics. And they had a roadmap in place for the next 3 quarters, rolling out the content to you as an opportunity to get feedback from the players. And that to the team was the first of a series of deliverables every quarter that was going to build up to the release. And so it was...
So I want people to contextualize and understand what he's just said, because I think if you don't like super closely follow, or if you don't really think about what he's saying, it's really hard to understand how ridiculous what he's saying really is. What he's saying is this was number 1 of quarterly releases that within 3 quarters, aka within 2 more quarters of a year, there would be an alpha for Chronicles of Valyria. So bear in mind, if they are here at the beginning of the year that they're releasing this parkour demo, this thing here, that means within the next 6 months, an alpha for a full-scale MMORPG would be released to the backers. So they were 6 months away from an alpha. He's been working on something. Who fucking knows what? He says Kingdoms of Valeria. I think that's doing nothing towards the MMO. He's been working on Kingdoms of Valeria for like 2-3 years now, and there is no alpha gameplay even shown to anyone for Chronicles of Valeria. So where's that six months of a team of like 4 programmers he said that they had, or 3 programmers that they said that they had? Where's that? Where's the early alpha, the pre-alpha that they could show people that was just 6 months away? Who knows? Nobody knows. I'd love to see that question answered.
It was super painful for the team to release that, and then for me to tell them that, like, I didn't see a path forward for us using crowdfunding at that point with the way that the Settlers of Valeria had done. But no, that was, I think the team was very proud of that. Not the web team, because they weren't involved with that. But the game team were excited to finally be getting things into the hands of players and getting feedback from people. That was a part that we had been missing before that. That symbolized the beginning of a new dynamic in the relationship between the community and the studio.
Bear in mind, it was like it was a couple weeks after the parkour demo, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to go back and put the timeline together and really look at it, but I think it was a couple weeks. It wasn't very long, put it that way. After the parkour demo came out, that he shuttered the studio, fired all the employees, and the development was ostensibly over. So, yeah, it's just really laughable to me to be like, oh yeah, it was really good to start getting feedback, but it was over. It was literally over. You knew it was over.
Didn't know what that would be at the time, but that was why the studio was excited about it. Let's see here.
Oh
why
god!
do we not use UE5? I've seen good things about its integrated systems. Lord Zenbrock asked a question about UE5. That is a great question. There are 2 reasons why we're not using UE5. Actually, there are 2 reasons we're not using UE at the moment. Number 1...
UE being Unreal Engine, for anyone, I guess.
Is, I told you before, mistake number 1 and mistake number 3 in the studio. Mistake number 2 was letting my lead programmer convince me to use Node.js and TypeScript.
Oh dear. Maybe I've had a couple beers, so maybe I'm going to now be uncharitably in my interpretation, but these videos are for comedy. I will just let people know now. I am primarily... They are supposed to be a little bit informative, but it is primarily for entertainment and just to bring some levity or whatever to the situation. I just love how he's now going to say, my biggest mistake, letting people that aren't me make decisions about the company. I let somebody else somebody I hired, who I obviously presumably would have had some faith in, considering I'm paying them to do something, and also convinced me of something. You know, me, the Great Caspian. If I had 4 developers like me, it'd have all been done very quickly and blah blah blah, like you said before.
Oh, I'm dead! I'm dead! Son of a bitch! Oh, the pigs were worth it though.
My biggest mistake was letting somebody
I'm
else,
sick of running back
inferior...
there. It's so annoying.
No, I'm going too far with it. But letting somebody else convince me to use something I didn't want to use.
And I think I put information about this in a recent
Oh, it's
blog.
good I have XP.
But I had experience being a lead in the game industry as well as just in software in general. I was a lead at Microsoft. I was a lead at Pandemic Studios, and so I was used to having ICs.
You're in Microsoft.
I knew how to take instructions from my directors, and I knew how to convey that to my ICs, and I knew how to be a lead of them and to encourage them and support them and be a force multiplier for them.
Well, I beat the pigs, and that's the big thing.
What I had never been before, though, was a director. And a director is somebody different. Because you're no longer leading individual contributors, you're leading leads. That is, you have a person who has an opinion of how they.
Why
want
are we
to
talking
govern
about
their
this,
own
you
story.
idiot? It's like you're
And they
reading
wanna
from
be
the
that
dictionary
role.
about what a
They
director
want to
is.
be the person
Talk
to
about the
do those
fucking
things, and
game
you
and your
are in a new place
shortcomings
now
and what
because
you're
no
doing
longer
to
leading
stop it.
individuals,
This is
you're
what a
leading
director
groups.
is, a leader of
And
leads.
so this
Who
is my
the
first
fuck
opportunity
cares, you
at
fucking
Soulbound to be
idiots?
the
I don't
lead.
care about
And I
that.
fucked it up big time.
You know, I looked into Illyria, I bought
I
it.
like how he's laughing about it. Mate.
I bought
fucking-
Illyria.
Oh yeah, I fucked it up massively. Yeah, just massively fucked it up. I did really, really badly.
I
All
didn't
your money
Kickstarter it,
gone,
but
me
I
just
played
fucked it up and
Illyria.
pissed it up the wall. Just absolutely ruined everything. Yeah, that's me. I mean, what else are you gonna do? If you didn't laugh, you'd cry, I guess. At least he has some kind of sense of humor about it, because what else can he do realistically? And again, for the people who think I hate Caspian, or, you know, I'm just needlessly being a hateful person, I think this is funny, but I also do think he is just genuinely... How else would you react to this? Yeah, I did fuck it up. At least he's being honest by saying that, because I still see people comment all the time, Caspian stole the money. You're an idiot. If at this point, I had somebody the other day argue with me after the last Caspian video, which was a couple of weeks ago, I think, so probably not the other day. They were arguing with me that my take on saying if you harass somebody and send them death threats is bad, and that if you've tried to sue somebody and didn't win, your only course of action is to harass them and try to ruin their life. They were telling me that my take on that was bad, and their only option is to harass people. Grow up, mate. Literally grow up. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't understand. Why are you my viewer? Just fuck off and go away. Nobody likes you. I don't understand why you exist in a video game.
My lead programmer
In a video
who I had
game.
hired from the industry, who had worked
So
on a number of
fucked up.
MMOs before, came in, and we had a great relationship early on. And then we hired a programmer who came in and said, hey, I think we should use Node.js and TypeScript for the engine and the backend. And I'm like, you're fucking insane. There is no way we're doing that. And they were like, no, we really should. And they convinced the lead that that was the direction the studio could go, or should go. And so then I had a conversation with the lead, several conversations with the lead, really, where I was like, we're using this for our client code, we're using this for our server code, and that's the decision. And his response to that was, you hired me to do a job. Are you going to let me do my job or not? And
At that time you go, you're gonna still do the job until you're not hired here, but we're not doing this thing that I, as the very experienced person, know is a bad idea, because it is still your company and you are still ultimately responsible. I think that's the way to go with it. I guess it's walking a thin line between do I know better or not, but considering Caspian thinks he knows way better, I don't understand why you'd listen to somebody telling you something you know is a bad idea. I'm not a developer. I used to do like web development very, very amateurishly, and that's the only reason I know about Node.js. I've never heard of Node.js being used in the back end of an MMORPG. I don't know how feasible that is. It doesn't sound like it would be in my brain, but maybe I'm completely wrong. You can let me know if I am. I'm not going to say I'm some kind of authority on coding, because I'm absolutely not. It's not something I'm even remotely fucking versed in talking about. But just from what people have said...
No, I'm sorry. I play Legends of Aria, which I thought actually might be okay. But yeah, isn't this game like down or something? Yeah, Legends of Aria is the game that I played, and I thought it actually might be sort of okay. Let's go look at Legends of Aria. What the state of it is? Is Legends of Aria still active? Right, I guess is the question. No, it was delisted off Steam on September 1st, 2022. Wait, Legends of Aria rebrand Britaria using Blight survival gameplay to and even more stolen codes. You'll know that they're pretty scummy, so please get them to have sons of but we're going to get to a new title Britaria with NFT stuff. Oh yeah, Shards Online and all this. Yeah, there was like this went for a long time. Now it's gone, right? It's going blockchain, but honestly, the game didn't seem that bad. Honestly, like of all the blockchain games, this wouldn't be that bad though. Because like I played it, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, it was like kind of like Ultima Online. It was slow, but it was alright. Yeah, but it didn't go anywhere though. And that's weird. I think this one I never did play Chronicles of Illyria. I don't think anyways. No. Yeah, I did not play Chronicles of Illyria. I play Legends of Aria, and I always get them mixed up. And I'm like, this game was good, which is why I listened to it. But no, this whole thing was a
Sound
scam.
like a good idea. And he's even now saying it wasn't a good idea, so I guess I am right on that one.
Was not experienced enough as a director at that point to know how to handle that effectively. And so rather than delegating the work to him, I abdicated the work to him. And I basically said, okay, you're right. You're super good. I don't want to lose you. And if you feel like this is the right path to go, let's do it.
He
Even though I felt
simped.
really bad about it. But we did. And so all of our game development at Soulbound, both on the client and the server, was in TypeScript for the most part, because there was a plugin called Unreal.js, which allowed you to do development in Unreal using JavaScript. Like all of your blueprints, what we normally consider blueprint scripting, could be done through JavaScript. You could also do native programming, which we did that as well, but a lot of our gameplay and stuff like that was done through JavaScript and TypeScript. And to this day, I absolutely fucking hate it. It is the worst looking code you could possibly imagine. It is not maintainable. It's not intuitive. The bindings between Unreal and JavaScript are just not great. And I utterly regretted it almost immediately, and all that the designers did. And that was one of the most critical reasons why the engineers had trouble moving forward at that point, because nobody knew TypeScript or JavaScript except...
But surely if you immediately, like, boom, I regret it, everyone around me regrets it, why wouldn't you at that point be like, no, we're days in, we're weeks in, let's, you know, roll the fucking clock back, we've wasted a couple of weeks or whatever, it's a learning experience, let's not do that now and let's continue doing it in non-crayon eating coding language. Someone who's really into JavaScript here is going to get pissed, but I'm talking about in context. This was full on, just I'm stuffing my face with crayons.
This is free to play.
In JavaScript.
Undawn is free to play.
I think that would have been the best choice, especially considering they already did this with, like,
it's for mobile and
they used
PC.
Improbable, right? They used Spatial OS, and then they didn't use Spatial OS like a year or two later. So if you're willing to roll that back, why wouldn't you have rolled this back weeks or months into doing it? It just would have made completely more sense if you already knew it was a mistake.
For this one programmer who convinced us to use it, convinced the lead, and then
did he leave?
4 months after he convinced it, and we migrated everything over to that, and Improbable and us were like, hey, we need JavaScript, and they're like, sorry, we're not supporting it. After all that happened, he fucking quit.
Yes, he did. Yes. Oh my god, he's what a fucking G. Literally an operative sent by a rival Kickstarter company. He just joins, convinces you to fuck your whole life up, and then just leaves. He's like, ah, this sucks, I'm out, bro, peace. Literally that meme of the dude just like fading out, like crazy, brother, crazy.
Not only did he quit, but he quit 6 months and 1 day after he was hired by a recruiter who got the recruitment fee if he stayed 6 months. So not only did he fuck me over and cause all this problem, but he also got to keep his recruitment, or the recruiter got to keep their recruitment fee, which, if you're not familiar, is like 5% of a person's annual salary. So that was mistake number 2 by me, was making that change. So going back to what
I mean, you are ultimately responsible. Everyone's trusted somebody that fucked them over. But if you're the lead of a game studio with other people's money, ultimately this is completely your fault. You trusted somebody you didn't know that was a new hire that wasn't a lead and let him literally run rings around you, and then the guy quit anyway after ruining your company. At that point, I don't even feel comfortable saying he ruined your company. You ruined your company by just being an incompetent manager, in my opinion. Again, some people are going to disagree and say that's hate, but I think that I think even Caspian would say, he said he was not a good he's not a good designer. He's just said this, and he's also said he was not good at managing the company. So I guess substitute a less nice word, bad, compared to incompetent, but same difference.
What I was saying before, the reason why we're not using Unreal is because the engine right now, the client for Chronicles of Valyria, the Unreal client, currently all of the user interaction and gameplay mechanics that happen on the client side are implemented in JavaScript. And I am afraid to go look and see whether or not Unreal.js even works in Unreal 5. So there's that. The other...
So basically, what he's also saying here is the game's just spaghetti. It's literally, I can't hold all this spaghetti. It's coming out my pockets, it's coming out my fucking shorts, it's coming out my mouth, my nose, my ears, my eyes, my penis. There's spaghetti falling out of this man everywhere. And that's just what the game's code is. It's just straight spaghetti, man. So even if the game ever did come out, you know it's just going to be a fucking mess and can't really be fixed in an adequate or quick fashion, because he doesn't even want to go look at the code. He doesn't want to even look at it. He's literally just put it in the corner like, code, go and sit over there. You've been a naughty boy. I will ignore you and you will starve, like some parents do nowadays. Dark joke. Let's not go there.
Reason why we're not using Unreal is the license agreement. I can't go into details on what our custom UDN license is, again, for non-disclosure agreement reasons, but I can refer to the common one, the one that's generally provided, which is if you make more than $1 million in revenue, including crowdfunding, whether you're using that money to develop the game or not, doesn't matter. The standard UDN license is 5% of your revenue. I don't know if you did the math, but let's say you have 5% of like $8 million, you know, I'm just pulling this number from thin air, is $400,000. So hypothetically, if you were making $8 million and you had a 5% royalty agreement, then 400,000 of that would have gone to Epic, you know, hypothetically speaking.
But instead it went to developing spaghetti JavaScript code, so... Got him, you know, Epic, I'm going to give you 5%.
Got him.
I'll give money to all my developers to write literal fucking spaghetti man code in JavaScript to still use Unreal as a client.
So that's the reason why we're not using Unreal on Kingdoms of Valyria. Alright. Let's see.
1 sec, let me get a drink. Spaghetti man!
Here what we have next. By the way, guys, I'm still seeing people join.
Caspian, can I come to the next one of these? I swear I'll be on my best behaviour. Please, can we do an interview? I would so love to talk to you. I think Caspian actually sounds like a really nice guy. I obviously think he's drowning in terms of like how he talks about stuff like this, and I think most of the stuff he says is ridiculous as a premise, but I don't think he's like being malicious. Loads of people disagree with me on this all the time. Whenever I talk about somebody like this, they'll be like, oh no, they're definitely, you know, a bad person or whatever. I don't just assume somebody's a bad person because they didn't manage to do something, and I also don't think he's like maliciously lying. I think he actually believes what he's saying when he says, oh, you know, and he could be honest. He could literally be saying, we have all this game, and I just don't understand the reason why they've not shown anyone. And he's not told anyone why he's not shown anyone. Nobody's ever asked him why he's not shown anyone, as far as I'm aware. So obviously there's a disconnect between what I think and there's like a missing amount of information to really bridge that gap. Maybe he's not lying. I know at times he said like, oh, this is happening, and I'm like, that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. In fact, most of the time he says that. But I don't think he's like maliciously lying to steal people's money or whatever. I don't think that's ever been the case. So yeah, a lot of people disagree with me on that. I don't know. I think I've looked into like lots of scams, like legitimate bad people, serial killers, like all this crazy shit, dark web crime. loads of game scams, loads of game incompetence, and I don't get the vibe that this was ever like that, and I don't get the vibe that it's like this now. I think obviously with like the lawsuit and stuff, he's very careful, and obviously has to project a certain amount of, you know, confidence and competence, but yeah, I don't get the vibe that that's the case. I don't feel that way at all. But yeah, I definitely do want to interview the guy. I think that'd be fucking funny.
It's great seeing so many people. Yeah. So your son is 25 now.
Like, what?
Yeah, my son is 25 now. He was 5 when I started. This is a lie. Actually, it is a lie. But my son is going off to college in a couple of years. And,
cool.
He was just entering elementary school when I started.
It's like Star Citizen.
So you're not far off. He's still a kid around. Since you failed to deliver the game so far, would it be fair to open source all of your assets for notice compensation for your backers? I don't think the backers want my source code or my assets.
Yeah, now we know it's all in JavaScript. Nobody wants that shit. You can keep it. But in all honesty, like, yeah, I think that would be nice to show people so they'd know. But I don't even know legally if he could if he didn't intend to open source it. I'm sure he could open source the code if he wanted to. But I don't think showing everyone and then, you know, it being private again would make any sense. I don't even know if you'd be allowed to do that. I don't know what that would accomplish. Because I don't think anybody's going to take on.
Oh no! I lost so much work.
It would only
God
go to
damn
show
it.
people
Why
that
4 of
something
them?
exists, which he could do
4
if
of
he
them.
wanted to. And again, I would facilitate this. I have an audience that would be captivated by it and would love to see it. If he wanted to, I'd literally lend him my platform to
I think I'm
show
gonna
the
play
game,
some Fortnite now. I
and
think I've lost my
he
patience
could-
for
he
almost
could just
all of
let
these
me
games.
play the game, load
Let's
a
stop
server
right
up,
here.
let me log in and record some footage, or even not record footage, and just
Do
tell
this when
people
I'm a
what
little
I
bit more
experienced,
rested
because at
and
least,
less
I
like
guess,
frustrated.
some people think I'm trustworthy.
Yeah, this was a good session, and Eve can stay on. I'll gamble while I load Fortnite, and I'll change the title here. Good, there we go. Gonna change it up now. This single down to 1 game. Chrono Odyssey, an action MMORPG featuring... Wait, what was that now? Chrono Odyssey. Where is this? Chrono Odyssey, a next-generation action MMORPG. Is it A or MMORPG in dynamic combat now? Chrono Odyssey. I think I've heard about this, but I don't remember. But anyways, yeah, low Fortnite. Wow, Dead Island's gone to like half price because it's not too good, probably. I wouldn't mind owning it, though. Hoodoo, you hoodoo, bitch. Zombie survival game online, huh? Yeah, but like, what do you do? Looter shooter. Mostly positive. Well, zombie survival game online, huh? Sneak peek, ZSGO, PvP, devs get some loot. Okay. I don't know. Anyways, let's go back.
I don't know why people wouldn't think I'm trustworthy, because I've been pretty transparent with everything and not been proven a liar or wrong about anything I published in terms of like actual journalistic work of exposing things or whatever, and not just like reactionary talking about stuff, because that's not the same thing. If you wanted to do that, I'd be down to do it, but obviously that would accomplish the same thing as showing people the code. People only care about seeing what's been done and putting like a visual to what you're saying when you've repeatedly said, oh, it's 90% done. Like, nobody knows that's even remotely true.
But I could be wrong. Domain itself selection was awesome. It was. So I wish that the order of domain and settlement selection had been done differently, and I think most of the monarchs and courtiers did as well, and dukes. The order of that, I really wish that we had started. So I think I said this already, but if I could go back in time, I would have started the entire process with the domain and settlement land management mechanics, and had those locked in solid within the first year of development, not focused on the adventuring mechanics, just so that then
of which we have seen zero, by the way.
I still check in on my county from time to time. There's a lot of people actually who are still talking to their county members. I mentioned I'm in a couple of other Discords, and not all the counties exist now, which is why, optimistically, I'd like to think that once we ship Kingdoms of Valyria and people see progress in that way, like not just like YouTube videos or back-end networking code running, in a visualizer so that they can see all the entities and components, like none of that. Once there is a game in their hands that they can download from the website or Steam, I am cautiously optimistic that people will go, great, this looks like fun, let's play it, and that some of those communities will get back together. And there are also some things I'm doing over the next quarter to help with that. This leads into the October stuff that I was going to talk about in my next development update. But that's that. But also, as I mentioned before, our goal is to acknowledge that there are some people who just don't want to play anymore. They have titles and they don't want them, and they want their money back. And there are others that have titles, but they don't want to stay where they are because either they, lost contact with their current vassals or lieges, or they want to go elsewhere. Maybe they moved and they want to be in a different flavor. And then there are going to be people that, after we get Kingdoms of Valyria shipped and start moving towards Chronicles of Valyria, that are like, this looks cool, I want to play, and want to, get a title. I do not plan on selling titles again.
NFTs!
So I'll leave it with that. I'm not planning to sell titles at this point. But I do want that we give players the ability to buy and sell and trade their titles.
NFTs, the blockchain.
Is legal and attractive, and protected and safe, which is why I talked before about making that part of the system. Because I think that if people get excited again,
Alldayerrydaybaby coin 2024 to the moon hodl, Seifu hands, and rocket emoji. That's what he's talking about, by the way. He's literally talked about this before. I think putting people's titles and deeds so you can sell your duchy, or you can sell your count title and your lands, or you can sell your king package or whatever on blockchain. It's like, I obviously memed on it that it was going to be like Caspian coin, because that's funny. That's how comedy works, by the way. Mal Vaughan, if you're watching this, that's not hate, that's just comedy, brother. Maybe you'll understand if you log off Reddit at some point and stop posting multiple times per day about politics. But obviously that's not what he was talking about. He was just talking about trading the titles, which I don't really think is necessarily a bad idea. I will always laugh at you though if you are trying to do anything with blockchain nowadays, just because all the scams, like all the biggest companies in cryptocurrency, all the founders are now in prison, or having criminal charges or civil charges brought against them, all of them. So if there was like a top 10 of something, chances are somebody's suing them, or they're in prison, or taken to prison in the next couple of years. So yeah, anytime anyone brings up shit like that, I obviously have to laugh because the entire industry is completely rotten. So it's just funny as a concept overall.
Launches that'll give them an opportunity to kind of shake things up, and things will start to resettle someplace in a new way. But we'll see. Hey, guys, you'll hear me oftentimes being cautiously optimistic, because if I don't, this is an impossible task for me. I cannot express to you how difficult it is to try and continue developing a massively multiplayer online game on your own. But it's important to me that it get done.
Well, you did put yourself in that position. Everyone, literally, you couldn't have been given more opportunity. People could not have given you more rope to hang yourself with, and you did. Like, you had so much money and trust given to you, and you repaid it with nothing. Because that's the thing. Again, I'm a broken record. I'm repeating myself. If at the time you knew money was running low, you just showed people the game. I don't develop games. I think that it would be hard to like load up a server. Right. Yeah, here you go, guys. This is all what we've got so far. We're clearly not ready, and we're over budget, and we're over. Struggle to think why you couldn't do that. I don't understand. Other companies, other games, other crowdfunding that have done worse than you and raised less money showed and did way more for them. And it just makes me think, like, there's got to be something I'm missing that you've still not done that. And it's the point that boggles my mind that I don't understand. And loads of people always go, oh, it's because he was a scat. It's not. That's not the reason. We just don't know what it is. I'd love to know.
I have confidence that will happen eventually, and I will continue to work on it as fast as I possibly can, but it is... I'm on all sorts of medication. It is super depressing for me, many days, self-lonely and hard, but I'm committed to see...
Sounds like a nut.
I'll agree that Caspian is horrible at time management. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. So KO is just for investor interest. Always thought KO was just for investor interest. All the way back to 2016 as just a... So, you probably heard about my rope bridge philosophy, developing the minimum viable project for things, as well as testing and isolation. Allyria chat was about testing the XMPP-based protocol. Allyria Mud was about testing our network protocol and isolation. Prologue was about testing our user experience, user interface, and combat mechanics. Kingdoms of Allyria was about testing things. And then Chronicles of Allyria was really about taking all those individual mechanics and features and really simple about. It actually wasn't about investors.
Not a single one of them anyone ever got to play, by the way. Not a one. Like, doesn't exist.
At all. Because at the time at which we crowdfunded back in 2016, my 18th development roadmap is 16 years part of the problem. We had publishing investors come to us within a couple months of our Kickstarter. I think we did our Kickstarter in May. We had people coming to us in August. And they're like, hey, we really like your idea. Show us what you got. And we're like, dude, there's new engineers here, me and one other person. What we showed you is what we got. And they're like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, we're not sure you guys can do it, but you know, we're willing to if you guys will make these changes. And we're like, and so, and I don't blame them. It was too early for them. Both from a brand standpoint, development standpoint, and honestly, I was a leader and a CEO. And I have very good
just gave it to him. I can't, and he had way less of a game than Chronicles of Illyria could have had with so many people over so long of a time period. I just can't imagine 4 years in with $8 million spent on development that whole time. What, people still? Why are you not answering that question? Like, what happened later?
Or at least that is my understanding. Now that is true. So what KOE was originally designed for versus what it's being used for is a Venn diagram. Nobody will realistically buy KOE, and there are no shared dependencies between KOE and Sue. It's just the constant bamboozling. Yeah, so you are wrong. I don't like saying that, but you are. It would be fair to confront this and put it straight. I'm putting it straight. They both use the same networking code. They both use the same distributed entity component active system. They both use the same systems. They both use the same assets. You're wrong.
You're wrong.
Anyways,
You're wrong.
moving on.
You're wrong.
KOE is another project you decided to develop. That's
You're
okay. Yeah, it is. But you shouldn't keep putting a charade about it being a Hail Mary for COE. Cool. Moving on. Also remember,
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Glazed. Okay, cool. Is this a fact or is this something you believe? Nobody will realistically. It's something he believes. This is a fact. Caspian can easily prove it wrong by screen sharing for a minute and showing us how COE links to KOE and doesn't. Okay. I'm not gonna.
So why can't you? Why can't you? Why are you doing some fucking Mr. Burn? Why? That's like a legitimate point. I don't think he's literally just. Okay, cool. But company. These are your backers who gave you money. You wouldn't have a company without these people. Like, they gave you millions of dollars collectively. You're like, oh, cool story, bro. Yeah, cool story, bro. Yeah, that's it. Some kind of add and push back. Obviously, he's... Whether they do or not, so far everything you've said just hasn't materialized. So I don't even think it's unreasonable to say that. Maybe they are wrong. But you're definitely fucking doing yourself a disservice by saying it in this way, though, and not addressing the thing that he said. Why don't you show up like record a video, screen share of the two games running, you know, and doing something for each other?
I'm gonna buy into that. But yeah, someday very soon I will do that. Challenge accepted.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Cool.
And I'm not going to do that right now. So I'm super tempted to do so because just opening up my Explorer and showing the development work that I have done is not something that I can do without like talking to other people first.
That just makes sense, but also if you're gonna just don't fucking say it then. Just don't say it, because you literally, yeah, my girlfriend's super hot. Yeah, you wouldn't know if she goes to another school. That's what you're doing right now. Like, just don't say anything.
But yeah, there is so much more there than you guys know.
Yeah, and the reason people don't know is because you've never fucking shown anybody that is lit.
Part of the problem was that showing from those demos could have been released to the community. A lot of showing demos. Yeah, it could have. So, you know, that's the enemy of how's the phrase go? Perfect is the enemy of the good. When we did our demos at PAX,
no, I've never heard that saying.
But it was not something that the team was like super proud of. We had higher expectations, and you know, as much as it was an accomplishment to take the parkour demo to PAX and the combat demo and the jousting demo, like those were all things that we did, and we felt like they were important to get user feedback and all the things like that. But somebody dropped. We just weren't satisfied with it. Again, there are people who were in this call who were at those events, so I'm not bullshitting themselves. But the team did not want to share those out broadly to the community. Us and did the user guidance standard, and so. postponed or canceled or did something else. That's all.
This is true in every walk of life, but especially why crowdfunding is a double-edged sword. Because you've got two ways to crowdfund. You have the way where you don't show anybody shit, but you deliver, and when you deliver you just hope it's as good as people thought, and you already have all the money, or you'll just have an audience that are just giving you money. You have this like in content creation as well, like I'll make videos. I have a graveyard of videos that will never see the light of day. I have literally hundreds of quarter, half, three-quarter or completely finished, multiple times edited scripts that will never be created because I think that they're not good enough videos. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I don't obviously have to tell people like, oh, this is coming out on this day and you paid money for it, and then tease them with it or anything else. I just have to release videos, and sometimes you just release them and they're probably not the best way, and that's just what you've got to do, and that's just part of the job. But with game development, when you take a money people, you are put in a position whereby you do have to show people stuff eventually, or they will just stop giving you money, especially if it's over the course of that's the position you put yourself in. That's how you funded your game, and you knew that was the case. And I think Chronicles of Valeria, of all the MMOs, showed people the least of all of them. I followed all the crowdfunded MMOs with interest. I made full, like, multi-hours of research. I've made full, documentary-style videos where I've spent dozens of hours looking into them, and I've also followed them as my own pastime for years, doing MMO content, stuff like that, all the way through development. And of all of them, Chronicles of Valeria, by far, is the most enigmatic in terms of the lack of things they showed people. All the other ones showed stuff. They had developer blogs where they're logging in and there's people playing and they're all playable and things like that, or even really reached a release state. Chronicles of Valeria did none of that. Like, it was never shown to anybody. So that's the decision you made, and you're still making it daily by not showing people that stuff.
Again, an example of the best for me, it turns out. Yeah. Good example of that. February, March of 2018, we had our Soulboard engine connect via the web client or via the most people were making it. It was also based in the but it shared it could be on the time as in the world to do real or
Lost that car. God damn it. It's alright. It's too
So
loud.
it was a functioning MMO. God, everybody in here is gonna rage quit now. It was an MMORPG, and that was good. That was a milestone. That was something that we should have celebrated. But I was.
So let me get this straight. The people who allowed you to have a job and to pay your rent and buy food for your family and create the video game dream and the Soulsborne engine that you're later now apparently licensing out to companies to make money. The people that paid for all that, and the only reason you even exist in this context, in this lifestyle, never got to play the game ever, but friends and family who didn't spend their money to make it got to play and see more than they did. Mate, come on. Please, stop.
And diet and stuff, but in 2017 and then again in 2020 I had very bad episodes of depression and became suicidal.
I put 7 rounds in him, 36 before he even pulled his trigger. What was that? What was that? Oh.
Friends and family demo
Damn it.
to the public, with them feeling like, with us feeling like it wasn't going to meet expectations, and so I made the decision to postpone it and not to release it. Anyways, this is the vicious cycle, because then when you postpone something like that, and it takes longer.
Good fight.
Expectations don't stay with you.
Why would you waste my run like that, you fucking cocksucker? You fucking low brains, smooth brains assholes. Yeah, just stay in the end store and that'll totally be fine. Yeah, you're gonna live somehow, you fucking idiots. You wasted my run. You could have just fought the game and just said you had to fuck with me. No, you're not making it, man. No, you fucking done scrubbed out, you fucking idiot. Oh wow, maybe not. Oh. How did you live?
This is the story. It's Caspian said something or did something and it was wrong. It was the wrong thing to do. It was the wrong thing to say. That is the Chronicles of Valeria at this point.
Yeah, I do. I think, yeah, there's nothing else that can be said there. That's a full stop. I let the treadmill happen. Period. And I should have just shipped the things at the times that they were available, no matter how bad they were.
Could still do it now, of course. Could still do it now, of course.
But I did not.
Yeah.
I have Star Citizen.
I would be the most annoying person on the entire planet if I was in this call again. Because I wouldn't be able to stop myself just saying, yeah, I could do it now though, couldn't you? Like, YouTube algorithm's probably going to pick up couldn't you and think I said the C word that you're not allowed to say anymore. Feels bad, man. Feels real bad to be from the UK or Australia. But yeah, you could just release it now. No, nothing's stopping you as far as I'm aware.
Listen, I didn't spend a lot of money on the game, and they have a ton of money at the time. The game I'll wait for. Oh, thank you. It costs so much to give those demos out. Yeah, you're right. Hammer on Chain have had a playable client for years long series timeline. They did. They also had about 12 times the amount of money that they had, something like that.
Gonna need a fact check on that one, Chief. Gonna need a source on that one, my brother.
I'm not, okay, so that sounds, sorry, that sounds good. That is not good.
Come on, change it up. 12 times. Did you say 12? They did not. They did dig.
What I know about it is that it is not unlike ours. They have been struggling with talent, but they, because of the founders and the relationships they have in the industry, were able to overcome some of those challenges. That's not me throwing a hill. Like, I'm not saying that. The point I'm getting at is that a lot of the challenges we faced.
Wow.
With the private investment of Camelot Unchained, the first round of the private investment, I think they would have had either slightly less or slightly more of Chronicles of Valeria, but they've had a playable version for longer than Chronicles of Valeria has been in development. So now they've raised more money. Camelot Unchained is using private investment to need their money anymore. In fact, I haven't looked at Camelot Unchained. I'm fairly sure if I went back and looked, their money, their crowdfunding would have gone backwards, because that was literally what was happening when I was covering it before. Their crowdfunding was going down, it was going backwards because so many people were requesting refunds, and the only reason it wasn't going down faster is that they were not giving out refunds. So yes, they've now raised a bunch of money privately years later, but at the time that they had a playable version, they'd not raised 12 to whatever he said, 12 or 15 times whatever. That's a fabrication. As far as I'm aware,
a lot. some came into it with a lot of money on their own and self-funded several $1 million at the beginning, and all of that.
He's talking about Ashes of Creation on that one. That's what he's alluding to there.
That has an impact. It snowballs. The more you have at the beginning, the more you have to build off of. No ill will towards Camelot Unchained. Quite the opposite. I have respect for every indie studio in this industry, especially those that are trying to do things beyond their means. And I know that Camelot Unchained and them have also been the target of bad publicity and press and things like that. And
is he talking about me? Because I think everything I've said about Camelot Unchained is true and real. I don't think they've been the target of anything. They've been the recipient of bad publicity of their own making, because you don't get to say we don't owe you anything legally or morally, and then when people say, oh, we want our money back, then you don't get to walk that one back when you release a game people didn't ask for, which may or may not have taken money and time that they gave you for a game they did ask for, which is still years behind the release schedule. I don't think that's something that is, nobody's targeting you by holding you accountable to your words.
I don't know them personally, so I can't say whether or not those that it's for them. Assume that the early part of an MMO development is mostly finished, and then at the end there's the last little bit of polish. In my experience, pretty much every game that I've been in across multiple studios is like the first 80% of the game looks like garbage, and the last 20% is where it really comes together and starts to look like a game. And we spent a lot of time on figuring out what our networking looked like, figuring out what the gameplay mechanics should be, figuring out, how we were going to solve some difficult technical problems, and we always felt like we were making forward progress and we were doing good work. There was never a point in time where anyone in the studio was like, we suck at this. There was this...
Apart from where you coded the game in JavaScript, apart from that part, where you used language nobody wanted to use, and then the guy who convinced you left the studio 6 months later. Apart from that time, and every time anyone opened the code and had to use it.
It's hard, and there was, man, I wish we were going faster. But we also recognized that we were trying to do something that nobody else had done before, with a team size that no other company had tried before. And the team was always proud of what they were able to accomplish. But admittedly, a lot of that during those first couple of years is what in a normal studio, in a bigger studio, we would have looked at and been like, well, they spent a lot of time in R&D. But at our team size, it ended up being...
Bear in mind, indie MMOs have done incredibly well. Bear in mind, Mortal Online, whatever you think of Mortal Online as a game, released costing less money and has been running for 14 years or something like that, something ridiculous. With a small team with way less money, and has made a second version, and is basically just built upon what they'd already done for years and years and years. Bear in mind, games like Darkfall Online sold millions of copies with a tiny studio of 8 people that developed for a year or something on shoestring budget, and had a completely open world with no instances that hosted hundreds versus hundreds of real-time players in 3D having PvP combat on a daily basis, basically, on a completely massive open map, no load screens, huge open world. Those games have existed. I don't know what in less money and less time and less people or whatever. That is just objectively untrue. Other people have made MMOs for less money that have released and done well. Even though Darkfall was a complete mess post-launch because of the things that happened with the company, Immortal Online's a mess as well. They did launch, like they exist, like at least one of them's still playable. So yeah, that's just not true in my experience. Also, Albion Online had, you know, crowdfunding and also a little bit of private funding, and they're one of the most popular MMOs on the planet now. So yeah, it's not really true.
Be fair to say you spent years figuring out what the lore was. You've spent years figuring out what you wanted to see the world to be like. You spent years trying to develop an infrastructure that you can iterate on and build and pivot into multiple different areas to showcase not only skill but also how these parts interact. However, I think with the from the player side instead of developer, this dude already has all this in place, and he just needs money to get to a finished product.
I don't know. I can't speak for the player base, so I won't do that. I don't know if that's the perception that was had. I don't think so, but I don't know. But certainly, I think that you're right about the first part. Definitely, a lot of it was trying to spend on those things, and you can't show. I mean, my use of media to show what it looks like to visualize the entities and components of the backend service is about the closest you can really do on showing a scale of the backend. Like, there isn't a really good way to do that, and that takes time outside of lore development just to be able to demonstrate that it's
I don't know either, Caspian.
I'm
It's
just
fine,
trying
brother.
to think.
Yeah, no, that's fair. 15 minutes is enough for me to know everything I need to tell if this can ever release not your total disaster. Okay. Oh. Hold on. I'm on a call. Let me meet you guys. 1 second, dude.
Caspian should
What?
Or he should start treating these people better.
I'm back.
One or the other.
Yeah.
At least make it fun.
Yeah, his green totally defeats my gold, I guess.
Like, just make it funny, or just don't bother. Because this like sort of middle ground of like sort of being a bit of a dick, but not really being a full dick. Or just be nicer. It's one of the two.
I'm old stuff. Alright. Set theory person. I think some people take 5 minutes, some people 10, 15, 20, 30. I think there are people who
Go change games now, got kind of toxic.
at the end of that are either like, he has no idea what he's doing, this is never going to ship, and I just don't want to spend any more time on it.
Why does it sound like this is a
okay.
psychiatrist
I'm not
appointment for
trying
you?
to
You just get to
convince you otherwise.
whine.
If you feel that way, the best advice I have for you, truly and genuinely, is sign off
Truly
the
and
Discord server.
genuinely.
Don't give it another thought. Move on with your life. And if in the future you see news that Chronicles of Valyria and/or Kingdoms of Valyria are available, and you feel like it's something that you want to do, download it, enjoy it. It'll be there. If you don't see it, then you've not lost any sweat, tears, or frustrations between now and then. You've moved on with life, and that's been okay. I'm not telling you that to be dismissive. I'm just saying, like, I don't want you feeling obligated to be here and to deal with the frustration of constantly feeling like I'm lying to you, or that you have figured me out at some deep-seated level. If that's just going to add more stress and anxiety to you.
Because you see, I'm the total opposite. If somebody was to say those things to me, and I knew what I was doing was actually real and right, I'd just be like, well, fuck off then, mate. I guess that's the difference. But he's not even taking people's money anymore, and maybe you could say it's unprofessional. I'd say taking $8 million off people and never showing them what video game you made or didn't make, or, you know, whatever we're saying, I think that's unprofessional. Would it be that much more unprofessional when somebody said, yeah, you know, I don't even care about anything you say. Fuck off then. Just fuck off, jog on, mate. Like, at least that would be funny. I'd have way more respect for Caspian if that's what he did. If he just went, why are you here then, dickhead? Why are you here listening? I'm here for the entertainment. If you're just going to go in and be like, oh, I don't even know why anyone's listening to Caspian, well, fucking go away then. Like, why are you wasting your time? If somebody comes to my video and says, oh, I don't like your video, well, fuck off then. Who asked? Like, who asked? So yeah, I'd have way more respect for him if he just did that, personally, and also would make for hilarious React video content. So please, Caspian, go full mask off. Just mask off on these motherfuckers.
But on the other hand, there are people who have conversations like this, and they're like, okay, he's a solid dude. He's doing what he can. He's working on this hard. He's not asking for anything from us. He doesn't want money. He doesn't want...
He doesn't want money?
He's not wanting, like, anything. All he's asking for is patience. That's it. I'm not asking for respect. I'm not asking for courtesy.
Good.
I think you are. See, I think that's exactly what you're doing right now.
I'm not in a position to ask you guys for anything. You guys have given everything.
I think you are. I think you're doing this right now.
For years, financially, which was
amazing. Yeah, and this is over. Let's find out what's happening with that Legends of Aria game. Okay, so what shall I do? I suppose I will take a spear out with some bandages. I suppose I should go buy some bandages. I will do so with some silver. I'll go buy a bunch of bandages. Gotta turn the sound up now because I'm going to play the game. I want to see news, right, of what's going on.
Legends of Aria is an old-school MMO that focuses on being like Ultima Online, at least in that realm, or at least that was the idea when they kickstarted it and launched it. It has had a rough time, and they decided sometime back that they wanted to dive into the NFT waters and attempt to garner some attention to the Legends of Aria MMO by jumping on the cryptocurrency NFT bandwagon. Now, most of you are probably aware that the cryptocurrency world is on fire right now, and I mean in the bad way. And that gamers have objectively rejected NFTs pretty universally, and companies have been mocked and memed and slapped around for discussing NFT plans all across the board for quite a while now. It would go then to reason that the makers of Legends of Aria would probably want to turn away from the burning cesspit of poo-poo, fecal matter that is the NFT world, but it appears they are going forward with their plans as of May 11th. They started their alpha test for Legend of Aria's cryptocurrency model. I'm serious. They plan to relaunch the game in 2023-ish with a crypto model, and I guess they just don't mind being burned alive in the process. the plan is to keep a Legends of Aria classic so that it remains how it is, and have another version of the game or another client to be Legends of Aria Crypto, or whatever they choose to call it. Now, how do they plan to do it? Well, based on the information they have released, it's kind of this system where gold coins, for one thing, can be earned from playing, and they're tied directly to a representative cryptocurrency. In other words, they can be cashed in for real money. On top of that, any items or your house or land plot can be also turned to NFT and sold. All these sales would happen on the official Legends of Aria NFT marketplace, of course, so that they get their cut and all that kind of thing. Now listen, I know that that could possibly sound kind of cool at a base level, like, wow, I can earn loot in the game and I cash it in for real money. The problem is what that does to the video game and what it turns the game into in reality. Even if the cryptocurrency market wasn't an absolute train wreck, unregulated disaster right now, just put that to the side for a second and think of what kind of atmosphere, what kind of economy you are building for your game, for your online world, for your MMO, and also the type of players and the kind of activities that will inevitably come from that. And if you can imagine the most toxic and vile player base imaginable, go ahead and multiply that by at least 10, and that should land you somewhere in the ballpark of what you'd be looking at. And also, what kind of inside trading for the people that work for Legends of Aria with their beebs, since it's unregulated? I mean, are there any regulations in place that wouldn't cause artificial inflation and or all the desirable things going to the people at Legends of Aria and the player base left like some post-apocalyptic scenario, scrapping it out to the death for a can of corn? I mean, it's just all very bizarre to think about. And now, then again, let's be fair, the cryptocurrency or play-to-earn model is still largely untested, and sure, we are all making our assumptions, but when the majority of the world is shouting no, like big neon sign, please no, dear God no, to NFTs in their online worlds, then it has to, at the very least, be admitted that Legends of Aria deciding to dive face first, like some kind of chimpanzee trying to grab a banana with their whole business model at stake here is at the very least very bizarre and worthy of at least scratching your head in wonderment and astonishment as they move excitedly forward into this. Now, let's real quick, we need to take a minute to thank the members of Napalm for their contributions to this channel. If you're interested, hit that join down below, and then I'll be back to rant some more about the situation, so don't go nowhere. Before we continue, I want to give a shout out to the members of Napalm. Thanks to your contributions, this channel is able to produce the content and get the equipment and gear necessary to keep this channel alive and improving. Thank you. And if you are interested in becoming a member of the channel and helping support my YouTube journey, please click join down below for a list of options starting as low as $1.99 per month. Please, I'm hungry. And I want to give a very special shout out to the Lords of Napalm, Bounty Code, We Toke Bitcoins, Jared Woodhouse, Daimlos, Farthest Reach, Not Sid, Sparrow, Carsony, Christopher Hensel. Thank you for your highest tier membership. Now on to the video. Now a couple things we got to also talk about with Legends of Aria is that this is a full loot open world MMORPG. And when you take something like full loot and then you throw or kind of toss some NFT crypto on top of it, it really feels like that's going to become even more toxic than I had previously stated. On the other hand, I can see a certain special kind of player who would find that exhilarating. And then the reality should set in for all of us that huge guilds will run around owning all the good crypto loot, smashing all the smaller guilds, or God help you, should you be running around on your own. There just is no reality where I can twist and churn things or see this working for Legends of Aria, and it just completely baffles me beyond all realms of existence that this is what they are moving forward with. What do you guys think though? Are they just testing the waters with this alpha and they're gonna learn the truth and back away? I mean, it's worth mentioning too that they've been talking about transitioning into the crypto or the play to earn model at least since the beginning of the year. So I mean, I would assume they've already done the research beforehand. I just don't get it. Let me know in the comments down below what you think and your opinions. I'm really curious to hear what you think about all this. Is there any hope they might pull this off and be successful? And have you ever played Legends of Aria? I played it for a while back, closer to launch, and the only real reason I didn't like it or couldn't get fully invested into it was honestly just the camera angle. I'm a picky little bee. Also, it had, if it had been over the shoulder, like third person, I probably would have played it a lot longer, maybe even got really into it, because I thought the game itself was pretty good. And being able to make your own realm, you make your own server, and they had that whole Ultimate kind of remake world kind of thing they somehow were squeezing around that was player made, but never got in any trouble for that, I guess. So, I mean, there was potential there. So let me know. Anyway, if you played, or if you know about it, if you got opinions on this game, played it in the past, etc., or maybe you're planning on trying it, maybe on the classic, or maybe you're even one of those people who really is interested in the crypto. Let me know why and all that kind of information down below. And also, if you are new here, please consider subscribing for MMORPG content, as well as RPGs in general, including tabletop RPGs, and hit that like button to help me crush that YouTube algorithm with my battle axe. And until next time, my friends, God bless and happy gaming.
State of Illyria Q4 As usual, user submitted content here. Somebody posted this in the Discord, and I'm going to cover it. So this is on Twitter, Web3 Gaming, basically blockchain, cryptocurrency gaming, NFTs, all that. Fantastic chef's kiss content. We'll kick off the next bull run, aka line will go up with all our cryptocurrency and our dollary dues and our meme coins and all that good stuff. There are hundreds of Web3 games out there, true. Most will die, true. But these will thrive. I'll be the fucking judge of that one, brother. I'll tell you if they're gonna thrive or not. Me, I am the law. So, Topia GG, never heard of this one, by I Am Arc Dev. More capable than Minecraft itself.
Really fucking hungry, I guess.
You fucking what? And runs on its own engine. Fantastic. He says, with the coming of the new NFT worlds on the horizon, I wanted to deep dive into why we believe there's a perfect storm brewing where NFT worlds NFT can become the next Minecraft. We already have Minecraft. Nobody in real gaming has beat it yet.
I thought
nobody's even come close to replacing Minecraft.
I thought
yet.
that Vince's story did it.
Technology involved. I don't know. I'd start.
I mean,
it
is
Minecraft. I'd
Minecraft.
start a little bit smaller than beating the best. Although it's always good to, aim for the top. I'm gonna say you're probably gonna miss. Bless me. So here we go. This is it. It's worse Minecraft, but with NFTs in it. Right. Can we see some gameplay? Hello, is there any gameplay out there? NFT Worlds gameplay. So they've changed their name. Isn't this? It's just unrecognizable for Minecraft. What the? Except with NFTs. What? Why is this better? I don't understand. It was previously called NFT Worlds. I knew I remembered this from somewhere. That's why I just searched. I just searched the words NFT Worlds scam, because scam will come up with pretty much anything. So NFT Worlds is the one that used to, as you can read here, this announcement sent shockwaves across unofficial NFT sites that were built around Minecraft, such as NFT World, and plenty more are expected to follow suit, such as Gridcraft. These systems are not allowed to use Minecraft's resources or likeness going forward, so they will continue to drop in value. In response, NFT World wrote, "We're working through this internally and have all hands on deck brainstorming solutions around the Minecraft EULA changes, as well as outright pivots for the NFT World's ecosystem and team if necessary." So they went from being just servers in Minecraft and selling NFTs to, we're just going to make a game better than Minecraft. Yeah, I'll pass on that one, guy. So that one is a firm no from me. Pixelmon. where do we start with Pixelmon? My last video about Pixelmon got demonetized because when they released the Pixelmon, they made some that just looked like pixel penises, and they also made. I better just show you. Obviously, they would. I still can't look at this without fucking smiling. Obviously, when they were teasing Pixelmon originally, they sold out, and it was something like $70 million that they raised. And then this was like the NFTs that they got. This was a Pixelmon. This one was called Kevin. This one, I don't know what you're calling that one. Dumb as fuck. But then again, that's the name of people who bought them. As you can see here, some of them didn't even render.
Are you mining with a torch?
Blobs in the
I
ground.
have the mine to
And then
kill
what
you,
happened was
but
the founder came out and was like, "Yeah, about
he's
that,
mining with a torch.
fucked up,
He's got
didn't we?"
enough problems.
And then people started coming out like, "Oh, we were working on Fiverr, and there is no real team." And then the founder, who wasn't doxed, which is just a fancy way of saying nobody knew who the fuck he was, came out and said, "This is me." And he was like a 20-something-year-old kid from, I think, New Zealand, if I remember rightly. And he'd just raised $70 million off something he'd started a couple weeks ago, and clearly was not going to be able to deliver. And then he like pawned off the project onto some other people, and I've not followed it since then. I think the people he pawned it off to, prior to them getting access to it, like swept the floor, which basically means buying all the lowest value NFTs, and then the announcement came out like, "Oh, there's new actual legit people in charge of this now." Weird in and of itself, but apparently this is the game now. Early preview, Borg showing off its moves in the arena.
Oh. Now I'm stuck. I hate the cliffs in this game. Yeah. I hate them. See, even there's like a zombie.
So, a tiny little area of gameplay with a little animal running around hitting things. Yeah, the future's here. The Treeverse. I actually made a video about this before, and it got some people really fucking upset. So I'm just basically going to repeat what I said before. I googled the Treeverse, and there was gameplay of somebody walking around in something that looked like a really old, like, Tibia-style MMO from, like, 15-20 years ago. And I said, if this is the future, it's just not, is it? It's the past. It's something.
Well, there goes 10 gold instantly, or whatever it was. Yeah, like 15 gold gone.
It looks like pretty much any game
right away
on mobile, which it does. Which I'm not saying is not a good game. I'm just saying that if you're presenting this as the future, I'm gonna have to see a lot more than gameplay from mobiles. Because it doesn't look like a bad game. It's just obviously somebody who's been playing PC games for the last 20-something years. I'm not going to look at this and be like, yeah, this is the future. This is going to kick off the bull run in cryptocurrency, and everyone's going to be playing this instead of traditional games that people have already been playing for a real long time. Because while they do say game is under heavy development, not final, why would you play this over Diablo 4 or Path of Exile or, you know, any number of PC games? I don't understand why this is the concept. But I do know this Lupify dude is, like, legit in cryptocurrency, so I don't think... By the way, me saying anything against these games is purely looking at them based on the game, unless I have some kind of prior knowledge about the person involved or the project involved being a little bit sketchy or doing something weird, which unfortunately is most of them. I'm never saying this is a scam or anything, I'm just saying it doesn't look like a game that I would say is the future in any way. So yeah, I don't know on that one, brother. The Pixelverse, a broader universe of pixel pets. It's a strategic pet battler game similar to Pokemon, Digimon, etc. So here we go, a little bit of gameplay.
Stupid cliffs.
Doesn't strike me as a very nice looking graphics in general. Nothing to really look at there. I don't know why you're propping this one up as being like the next one, but maybe I'm missing something. Obviously, you also have to understand, looking at these, literally, first impression, my eyes, what I can see, and giving you what I think. I've not, like, read their fucking white paper. I also don't care about your white paper. I literally couldn't care less. I want to see what you've got, and then I'll make a determination based on what I can see, not me reading a bunch of stuff and then hoping for some kind of sunk cost on some hopium or copium or something. Illuvium. Now this one I have a little bit of experience with because I made a video reacting to their gameplay trailer originally, and I said most of it wasn't gameplay. It was like a, you know, a typical trailer that any AAA game dev would release, where it's just showing you a character walking through an area with music and like nice stunning backdrops and stuff like that. And I said most of it wasn't gameplay, and then the community got quite upset that I said something that is objectively true is true, and then the founders tweeted at me and we had a back and forth and it wasn't very pleasant. But I've since spoke to them behind the scenes and I've seen people playing the game, and I think of all the crypto games I've seen, Illuvium probably looks like the one that is the closest to an actual AAA product that has something available right now. Whether or not it's something I'd play, I don't know, because I don't really like this genre in the first place. It's kind of like a mix between an overworld where you can run around and do stuff, and then you go into like a TFT sort of like battle arena where you have pets and you're fighting against other pets, and then presumably they're going to have like PvP and all that good stuff. But then obviously there's like the NFT ownership, and I think there's like land ownership as well. I don't really follow it, but of all the projects, I'd say this one, in terms of like what you can actually see and what people have already played, it probably looks like the one that's the most cohesive actual game. So there we go. My Pet Hooligan is a combining blockchain and AI. Cool, we've got all the buzzwords. A free-to-play immersive and open world game. There's a reason Hooli is single, he's bad with dates. I mean, this actually looks like a cool game that I'd see on Steam Early Access and be like, oh yeah, maybe I'll give that one a look. It seems a little bit quirky, seems a little bit cool. Not sure exactly where the like Web3 stuff comes in. Like, this just looks like a single player game. Why would this need blockchain anything related to it? I don't get it. Unless, I guess this is multiplayer. It looks, maybe it's like a looter shooter co-op or something. I can just look, I guess. mypethooligan.com. Social minigames, fully immersive social action game where players can compete, hang out, play minigames and create content in multiple game modes. So I guess it is online. My Pet Hooligan fully integrated with a number of emerging technologies, allowing for an enhanced gameplay experience and ownership of digital assets. I just personally don't really care about that all too much. I understand that that then makes me not the target audience for this stuff. Just in my daily life, I don't think there's many things I care less about than owning my digital assets in every game. You know when I care about owning my digital assets? When it's a game I'm going to play for the next 10 years, or it's on an ecosystem of games I'm going to play for the next 10 years. Like, I care about owning my Dota collectibles, because Dota's been around for a long time and I know it's going to be around for a long time to come. I care about owning my Counter-Strike collectibles because I know it's been around for a long time and I know it's going to be around for a long time to come. Do I care about insert AAA game I bought 6 months ago, played for a month, and pretty much nobody plays it anymore? No, so it doesn't fit. This is kind of my problem with the whole space, is that you're kind of doing the whole thing backwards, because it's like when companies try to build a game for esports. What typically happens is the game is built, people enjoy it, and then the people build an esport around it, like what happened with every single esport ever, other than Overwatch and obviously Fortnite, which are not good esports, they haven't taken off at all. When you manufacture something to fit a mold, you're missing the crucial elements that made the thing be able to do that in the first place. Saying that you're going to make a game that's going to last years to the point where people are going to care about owning stuff in it is just kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of like saying, I will make a game that will be the most successful ever. Cool, I guess, good luck. You're going to fail 99 times out of 100, 99.9 times out of 100, probably 9,999 times out of 10,000 you're going to fail. So when the entire premise of all of this is based on that, because again, nobody cares about owning stuff in games they're not going to play for a real long time, that they know they can come back to, that they know the stuff's going to maintain value because the game's going to continue to evolve, it's continued to gain players to give the things value in the first place. Nobody's going to care generally. Next one is Valera Studios is making Valera, a free-to-play real-time strategy game like Clash of Clans, mixed with Pokemon-like IP. So again, I'm obviously just going to look at stuff like this and say, if I wanted to play mobile games, there's so many out there already, I could simply do that without the blockchain. I don't know which would be worse monetized, of course, because mobile games are monetized like complete dog shit. But obviously in a game where there's competition and then the things are going to be worth more money, because of course they are, when there's ownership involved and you can trade them. I don't even know which one's going to be monetized worse, and you can make the argument, yeah, but you spend more money on these, but then you can sell them for more money after. Cool. Or I could just not play it because it looks like a mobile game. There we go. The Fabled. This is a free-to-play Souls-like RPG, right? So what do you need blockchain for? New dark fantasy experience with brutal combat and an evolving world. So this is firmly in the camp of, Mom, can we have Dark Souls? But we've got Dark Souls at home. And then this is Dark Souls at home. In fact, this might not even be Dark Souls at home. This might be Dark Souls that's homeless. It just looks very, very amateurish. Obviously, it's an alpha build. Looking at this, cool cutscenes though. I don't think you have to do a lot right, to be honest, to make a Souls game. As long as the combat and the enemy design is cool and the world is decent. But I will ask the question again: what do you need? Where does blockchain enter in a free-to-play Souls-like RPG? Because I assume that if it's Souls-like, it's going to be single-player. So what are you buying? Characters or something? I don't know, man. I'll look on the website just so I can answer the question, because I am legit curious, because I don't know. I sincerely don't know what you need. Why you need NFTs in this. It doesn't really say. It just says powerful characters. Each character in the Fabled has its own unique stats and abilities. Powerful enemies will require the proper powerful mounts take to the skies on the backs of beasts and dragons, while you'll face new challenges and enemies to overcome. Everyone in gaming pushed back when the games like Assassin's Creed were trying to sell people experience boosts and crafting materials to get stronger. So I just don't understand who this is for. Maybe I'm not understanding. We'll look at the white paper, I guess. So throughout the time in Fabled, you'll be able to collect rare weapons, artifacts, and level up your characters. Players will have the opportunity to mint these assets onto the blockchain using Abyss if they choose, where they will unlock the ability to trade, sell, buy, rent other assets among each other, as well as attain exclusive items only through the market. Using the Abyss tokens, players will be able to greatly increase the power of their characters by leveling them up and imbuing them with power of the Abyss. The Abyss gives players the possibility to monetize their time in game. So this is dog shit. I'm just going to tell you right now, I've been pretty milquetoast with my opinions on other stuff in this video, because I'm going in with an open mind and I'm trying to be completely fair. This is dog shit. I don't care what anybody says. You will never convince me otherwise. Of all the things I've looked at on this list so far, this is pure, actual, I think I'll upgrade it. It's not dog shit, it's human shit. This is an awful, awful game idea. It's a Souls-like game, which literally Souls games are played because they're hard and because there's achievement in doing them. And then you're going to be able to just buy power in the game and buy weapons and characters and armor and make yourself more powerful. That is fucking garbage. Who's playing this? Because I guarantee you Souls fans are never going to touch this. They will laugh in your face. If you think Souls fans are going to play that, I've got news for you. So I don't know who's playing that. A single player game where you can literally buy power. No, that ain't it. If you think that's going to be successful, that makes your opinion incredibly suspect. Overworld play, player-driven, cross-platform, multiplayer RPG, explore, conquer, draft, own. Own these nuts. Cool. It's like an anime. Amazing. So that's it. That's all we got. Overworld, forge your destiny. So do we have some form of gameplay here? I'm scrolling. We're a month back. We have, as far as I can see, no gameplay. Is this gameplay? No. It's just another Nothing Burger trailer. And then that's it. That's all of their Twitter. Overworld Games. Let's take a look at their website. Forge your destiny. Am I too much of a boomer to interact with this website? Cool. The character moves when I move my... Right. Okay. Pass on that one, brother. How the fuck are you going to say something's going to be a game to stick around when there's... I don't get it. Well, the founder's tweeting about Pepe Coin, so off to a fucking winner there. Next. Oh Baby Games, an ultimate gaming universe with cross-game collectibles. Oh man, this is a nice art style for a game. I'm a big fan of this art style. Yeah. This could be a cool, fun game. And I don't want to use the term little, but it could be a cool, fun little game. By the look of it. It has a really nice aesthetic. It looks cool. It looks like mechanics from any, like, Metroidvania game. I'm sure people would enjoy this. Not, again, looking at that though, not exactly sure what being blockchain has to do with anything. And I do sincerely like the art style of pretty much everything on this Twitter page, but there's just not enough for me to... So it does look like they're just developing a bunch of games. and this is worms basically, right? Baby wassies just looks like worms. Let's just go back in time and remake old games with cryptocurrency and NFTs. My favorite. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard for me to say anything because they don't just put front and center the things on Twitter. Like, you can't just open up most of these things Twitter and then just see like a pinned thing of gameplay. The guy who wrote this thread says the metrics I've chosen to list these projects are vetted teams, active communities, mass appeal, future potential. If you know other Web3 game projects with such qualities, mention below. I'll do another thread. Yeah, to be fair, somebody here mentions Play Big Time. I think Big Time's one of the games that it's probably doing one of the best in terms of the fact that they have people actually in the game, playing the game, enjoying the game, and it seems like they're doing most of the stuff in a fairly unobtrusive, like, acceptable way. Still not something I'm gonna like go out my way to get really excited to go and play or whatever. I'll just stick to playing normal games until something comes out, and like I say, for this space to take off, it only takes like one really good game that's better than all the games in the same genre as it in normal gaming, and then people are going to swap over and play it. All you really need for mass adoption of anything is for the product to be good enough, and so far that's not what we've got. And again, we are in early days of fucking crypto blockchain gaming and things like that, if they continue, which I'm sure they will, because the money's been there to get them to the point where they can, and could definitely be there in the future. But for me, this list, other than I'd say Alluvium on here, it's all just kind of like, I don't know, bro. Maybe Treeverse, because it looks like they've got a game. The others I either know something about already, which immediately discounts them, or they just look like they don't need blockchain and it adds nothing. It makes it objectively worse. Or they've just got nothing really to show. So yeah, I'd say Alluvium looks cool. Treeverse, maybe, if you're into mobile games. Maybe there's, because it's Treeverse, maybe there's a bunch of stuff on top of it that I'm just not seeing in this video, because I know that they were building like an overworld or whatever as well. I don't know that anything on this list is going to come out and basically take over traditional gaming, but Alluvium probably has the best chance based on actual visuals and what you can see that they've already done. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. Just my opinion, of course, one man, one opinion. I'm looking for somebody to sell me on this and show me the future, because that's what people keep saying, Web3 is the future. I don't know why people can't just be content with Web3 gaming is the current, and some people are going to like it, and some people are not going to like it. Probably a lot of people are not going to like it, but we'll be the current. In fact, not even the current, we're the past for now, with a bit of future tech in it, but maybe we'll get to the point where we're the future, instead of just selling us these lofty promises of, oh, it's going to take over gaming. I think that's like a stupid fucking place to start, because I just don't see it happening with anything I've seen so far. But yeah, there we go. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Peace out. So we're back with your boy Bobby Millette. Now, if you've not been following along with this series, it basically stemmed from Bobby Millette leaving a comment saying I was severely misinformed, not just misinformed, severely misinformed about the blockchain gaming space. And it's very sad that he reads through these comments and sees these gamers parroting bad opinions. And what I do is take the worst examples, do little research and make videos about them. Then he gave me a list of games to look up. We've done two. These games are supposed to be amazing ones. Funnily enough, they're all in Gala Games ecosystem, and I found a picture of this dude wearing a Gala Games hat. So he's definitely a really unbiased source. I found out when looking at Miranda's, his website popped up first, and I didn't know that Bobby Millette is actually 8-bit tendies. So he's fiending for some of that clout. He's fiending for me to respond to this. He tagged me in this. He DM'd me, he emailed me. He's been trying his very best to get in contact with me, and I can tell he's going to be very upset in this video, based on the fact that his comments he's left have also been very upset since I posted this other video, which was looking at the second game, Eternal Paradox, which, if you didn't see that, it basically just looks like it just looks like Raid Shadow Legends, only somehow even worse graphically, which, you know, it just looks dog shit. It just does. I'm sorry, Bobby. I know this is your future. You love Gala Games. You've done some sponsorships for them and stuff like that. I know it must suck to hear this, but it's shit. It just is. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But he responded to this and said, great review. That is sarcasm, I can tell. I'm a very smart individual. I use Reddit. You basically skimmed through a trailer, sarcastically read the game description and skimmed through a few seconds of gameplay and compared it to an already existing game and asked, is this the future? Completely missing the point. Didn't let me know what the point was here. Top-notch content. Thank you, I'm glad you agree. Not that you'd know what top-notch content is, generally because you are a big fan of crypto, and you think that game looks amazing. So I can't really take that criticism or advice or whatever that's meant to be. Again, I assume it's sarcastically. But what else do you want me to do? They did an alpha, which I showed the gameplay of the alpha, and I compared it to an already existing game, which is literally what everyone does when assessing something. They compare it to frames of reference that they already have for other things. If you say that game doesn't look like Raid Shadow Legends, you've never played Raid Shadow Legends, or even seen it, or you've not seen that game, or you're just not interfacing with reality in any kind of way. So he was upset about this, and then somebody said, go play more knockoff Raid and cope some more, and he said, playing it now actually. Great comment, Mr. PP Poo Poo, which is hilarious that's that dude's username. It's a crypto game, you don't have to watch the trailer, you already know it'll be a rug pull if the game makes any money. I don't necessarily agree with that. Proving my point when I said all his subscribers parrot the same thing over and over again. Remember this comment. And then he says, lol at the way you summarised my response to these comments, and pay to win without Blizzard banning your account. I mean, he literally did say that. You ever play World of Warcraft, RuneScape, or any game in which there is a second-hand market for items which players want to trade, barter with each other? This just allows you to do what players already want to do without Blizzard banning your account. Lol. So apparently I got that wrong. It's literally what he just said. But whatever. We'll watch this video. We'll give him a morsel of that clout. We'll take a look. It's fucking 24 minutes long, mate. Okay. Whatever.
An interesting video, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to make a response video to a response video. Kira TV is a pretty decently sized YouTube channel. He basically makes content that is essentially just commentary on upcoming MMO.
You're already wrong, mate, and we've not even fucking got into the video. Kira is my alt channel that makes commentary reaction style videos. Kira TV is my main channel that makes video documentaries. They're two different channels, two different things.
MMOs, MMORPGs, and failed crypto gaming projects. It's very entertaining, and I suggest you subscribe to the channel. The problem is that there are definitely some things that I agree on, and definitely some things that I disagree on with Kira. And so I made a comment on one of his very recent videos. The video that Jake from On-Chain Gaming uploaded. Basically, Jake was like, I lost millions, grim reality of Web3 games.
Jake's this dude. I really like this guy. I generally am pretty, open to people's personalities and stuff, and maybe this is just a character online or whatever. But it just gives me weird vibes, like the typical crypto. Like if you told me, like picture of crypto, head, it's either him or that dude who sticks his tongue out all the time.
My horse, asshole.
I can't even remember his fucking name, to be honest.
23, and he has a sad face, and stocks go down negative 80%. On-chain gaming is a big creator within this space.
He's not.
Too difficult.
He's not. Unless this space has no views. He gets like 2,000 views per video for 129k subs. I can't imagine that people obviously think that's buying subs. It's not typically. So what happens is when the boom's going on, they basically just farm views off of people that want to get in, and then people think, oh, I'll follow this guy's advice, and then they sub, and then people get out of crypto or just realize that they're not making good content or whatever, and they just stop watching, and the videos never get promoted in the algorithm because they're not good videos. People don't watch them. So they have good sub numbers, but they get no views. Like, I get more views on one video than this guy's entire channel does in probably a week. And these videos I'm making right now are the lowest effort content possible. So either I'm doing something really good, or he's doing something really bad, or we're meeting in the middle. But either way, he's not a big creator, unless, again, the blockchain space just has no big creators.
And he's a big fan of Web3. He's actually very positive about the outlook of what can happen here.
Of course he is, yeah.
Kira picked the worst example here and
Yeah,
did
'cause
a
it's the
commentary
funniest.
on it. Anyway, so I made a comment on that, and then he actually made a whole video about my comment. So we're gonna look.
I mean, I didn't make a whole video about your comment. I made a whole video about one of the games in your comment, but maybe that's semantics.
Look at that video today, and the same thing. We're gonna add commentary and maybe enlighten him a bit, or at least just I'm gonna give him my perspective.
I can't wait
So
to be
this
enlightened. Yet another comment that somebody left. It says, "It seems to me you're severely misinformed about blockchain gaming space. It's kind of sad reading through the comments and seeing all these gamers express bad opinions. But don't business pattern those opinions. Do little research and make videos about them. And then a bunch of games."
I stand by that statement. If you look at all the comments on his videos,
all the comments, by the way, he said don't generalize, but all the comments
use all the same terminology, they reference all the same games. Yeah, I'm claiming that.
I just find it hilarious that anybody in crypto can say, oh, gamers use all the same terms, when if you go on any social media of anybody involved in crypto, it's all the same shit. To the moon, hodl, rocket emoji, fire emoji, hands emoji, like, it's all the same shit. I just find it hilarious you can say that.
This is what you do, and I can kind of prove that on your channel. I've never heard of any of the projects that you're talking about, and
What, Mirandus? That video is about Mirandus. That video is about your mate. A lot of these aren't even about crypto. I mean, Cryptoland, I guess, but that's about them DMCAing me. Every single video here is not about crypto other than these. And that's a person he has heard about. And that is a game he has heard about, because he told me to check it out. So of the top 12 videos there he's showing, none of them are about this, so I don't know.
Cover Web3 gaming. Some of the other creators that I follow or I'm friends with, they don't cover these games that you're covering.
Again, he's scrolling down and none of these are about crypto gaming either, so fuck no. And he's not watched these videos, so how would he even know? I guess he's just making the assumption that if I make a video it's about crypto then, because none of these are about crypto, so I don't know what videos he's talking about.
The NFT game costs $8 million and creators vanish. No idea what it is. The name sounds scammy. I agree with you.
There we go.
There are scams, there are rugs. But just like any other industry, it's not specific to crypto. It's not specific to crypto gaming. That's kind of the point here. Crypto land, what the fuck is that, bro? Never heard of it. Looks shitty, sounds shitty. You're covering the worst. You're cherry picking, or
okay. I don't know if this dude doesn't know about content in general. I don't want to seem like I'm being condescending, because he is a new creator apparently, so I will give you some advice. When you're doing commentary, you're not always going to pick the biggest thing. You're not always going to pick the most in the spotlight thing. You are going to pick things that are interesting enough so that people watch your videos. But you were the one who gave me these things that you have heard about, and then I made a video about it, and apparently that's not good enough. But it's not like I've not covered Axie in other videos. It's not like I've not covered Illuvium. I've not covered Star Atlas. I've covered the big games that people tell me, oh, these are the game changers. Illuvium, I should go back and look at, because they actually have gameplay now. You can actually go play that game, and I think there's like even multiple like iterations of different gameplay you can do. But Star Atlas is still the same shit. That's still like hundreds of millions of dollars taken from people for fucking nothing. Axie Infinity is a literal Ponzi scheme that got hacked and lost $600 odd million. And then the ones you've told me to look at are fucking dog shit. So I don't understand the criticism. Oh, you only look at the bad ones. They're all bad. I see that he's subscribed to Midnight Society. That's the Dr. Disrespect game, right? Is it?
Whoever's sending you content or recommending you content is just giving you the worst example. So I stand back.
You did this. You gave me the worst examples. They're all apparently really good. All double and triple A developers. Now, I don't think this is what I did. I think the blockchain game...
I just showed you that that's what you do. Prove me.
I don't know what to say. You've not even watched the videos. And you're scrolling through videos that aren't about crypto saying, I don't know what any of this is. Great. That's it then. You've got me, brother. You've got me. I mean, space is a joke. I think they find...
The blockchain gaming space is a joke. His mind is set. You can't just say the blockchain gaming space is a joke without actually having...
I even covered big time. Like, I've covered all of these games. Just because you haven't went and looked to find these videos doesn't mean they don't exist, brother. This is not a gotcha whatsoever. This is you just providing evidence that you're cherry pick. You're literally accusing me of cherry picking while cherry picking. Cognitive dissonance, I guess.
Having good insights into what's happening within this space. This is a new industry. In the beginning, it's going to be choppy. Just like mobile gaming, when we switched over to mobile gaming, that was a tough change for PC players. Even
No, it wasn't. They just don't play it. It wasn't a tough change. People just don't play it. They just play the games that they want to play, which is exactly what they'll do with blockchain as well. Some of you guys will play blockchain games. I'm sorry that that's going to be something that you do. But the rest of us are still just going to play other games like we did when mobile gaming came out, and will continue to do.
It was like, nah, this isn't gonna work. I can't play games on a phone. And then all of a sudden, hey, after a few years, there are some really good mobile games.
No,
like
they're not.
Hearthstone. I play Hearthstone on my phone.
Hearthstone's not a mobile game. Hearthstone's a game for PC that also has a mobile client. People make this fucking lack of distinction all the time. When a game is made on PC for PC players and then gets a mobile port, you don't then call that a mobile game. It's a game that is a PC game that is also ported to mobile. Just like when a game that is made on mobile is ported to PC or is cross-platform or whatever, if it was designed for mobile, it's a mobile game, but it's playable on PC. I think that's like an important distinction. Some people might disagree with me on that, but I feel pretty confident in saying that's how most people view it.
Phone all the time. Clash of Clans, another good game.
No, it's... Oh, mate, you just outed every one of your bad opinions. Now I just understand where it comes from. You just outed yourself. Clash of Clans is not in any fucking conceivable way a good game. It is... Anyone who's played Clash of Clans, it's waiting simulator. Oh, you get to this certain point in the game and then it takes 4 days to upgrade a building and you're just waiting. Oh, it takes ages to fucking train your troops and then you go click on the screen and you spawn your troops. Not a good game. A mobile game. Good for mobile standards, maybe. Also mad pay to earn, of course. He's named some here, we're going to go through them. But within this...
Ooh, another piece of misinformation here. I named all the games that I would recommend that he take a look at. That can probably convince him that there's some cool, interesting things happening within this space. Now, we're going to take a look at them, right? All right, let's scroll through this video here. So essentially, what he did in this 17-minute video is he looked at an overview game trailer that I made for Mirandus based on the information that we have. He didn't even look at any of these other games, websites.
Did I fucking say I was going to? What is this criticism, mate? I said I was going to look at Mirandus in this. He's paused the video as I said I was about to look at it. I never said I was going to look at all the other ones in this video. The fuck is this?
Trailers. He didn't look at any gameplay. He's just avoiding the fact that there are other games out here that might look interesting. Why would you only focus on the game that you know how to tear down? Don't.
It's also the biggest one, by the way. Let's frame that the least charitable way possible. That's also wrong. It's the biggest one. And why would I not go to the frame of reference that I already have? Because I've already looked at Mirandus. Why would I not do that? So I can immediately say your comment's full of shit because I've already seen Mirandus and I think this is a fucking joke. I thought it was a joke when you left the original comment. I thought it was a joke when you emailed me asking me to cover it. Then emailed me again asking me to cover it. Like, you've repeatedly emailed me about this. Repeatedly left comments about this. I've already looked at it. I looked at it ages ago. I think somebody I know on YouTube even did a sponsor about it like a year or so ago. Jesus.
Only game that is in very early alpha. We all know that MMORPGs take a long time to make, and we all know that alpha gameplay doesn't look very good. I'm sure that any game that you've played, if you saw it in alpha, you would think the same thing.
Yeah, but the difference is there is nobody said this is clearly you're misinformed and this game's amazing, and he's also the future of MMOs and advertised itself as the best MMO ever made, and then sold people on hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars worth of things for a game that doesn't exist yet. Typically, I'd say the same thing about that, by the way, in Kickstarter. So it's not. This is the thing. Like, you're making it about, oh, it's just because it's blockchain. It's fucking not. It's just shit. It's just shit. It's a shit way to do business. It's the only one I really have any actual knowledge of is Mirandus, which is what I replied about. It isn't out. The only footage.
I sent him an email about this actually a week or two ago.
Here you go. This is how I respond to emails, by the way. He's outed me here. He emailed me, Kira TV, here you go, Mirandus, fancy MMORPG. I replied, I checked out a year ago, it was NFT dogshit then, and it's NFT dogshit now. If you think my on-camera personality, or if you've spoken to me in my Discord or whatever, is just that, no, I will respond to emails in single words. I will respond to emails if you send me an email and you keep repeatedly sending me emails and comments about just random shit. I will just respond to you with exactly what I think. It was NFT dogshit then, NFT dogshit now. That's it.
Go. Because I saw that he was looking at PAX. This game's not out. It's in development. And
not asking for any money. Again, we're doing this amazing thing where what we do is we take an apple and an orange and we put them together. We even might chop them up a little bit and put the pieces in our mouth and then go, they're the fucking same. They are. They're definitely the same. They're not. PAX Day is made by people who have made not only MMOs, the longest lasting, biggest, probably best sandbox MMO ever made, EVE Online, still going today, sold for massive amounts of money to another company, a literal indie success story. Those people, along with funding from people like Riot Games, Blizzard, all these other big games, a lot of like crowd-based funding, what the fuck's it called? Crunchbase, you can go check it out on there. These people making an MMO that's been in development for multiple years, that is not selling us NFTs or blockchain or any other bullshit, that are not selling us anything, just saying, here's the game, here's the trailer, here's us talking about the game, and you're comparing that to Mirandus, that sold people things for hundreds of thousands of dollars before the game even had a single frame of gameplay. And you say I'm cherry picking and being misinformed.
And so the developers are essentially talking about this world that they're building,
I
what
have
they plan
what you're
to
looking
do,
for.
some of their background. You know, very similar to the Mirandus developer diary, in which they do the exact same thing. Oh, you know what? There are a lot of similarities with what PAX is doing and
No,
and
there
what
isn't.
Mirandus is doing. So I sent him an email. I said, hey, check out Mirandus. And he responded, it's NFT dog shit.
With entirely stock assets thrown together. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I stand by it. I'm sorry that this upsets you, but it fucking is. Looked like a pre-alpha for an MMO from 2008.
Stock assets. First off...
Now, I will retract this one. They're not using stock assets. They just look like they are. So that's my bad. They just look so bad that it looks like stock assets. So I do retract that. I fully take that one back. They are using assets they made themselves. They just look like stock assets. So my bad on that one.
It's built on Unity, completely custom assets. They aren't stock assets. And again, early alpha. They specifically chose that design style and an art style for that game because of what they're trying to build and the speed at which you can build when you're not using very complex characters. Everyone's doing the same Unreal 5 engine shit.
I mean, generally, he's not wrong, he's just presenting it wrong. So what people generally do with development is they'll use placeholder low poly assets until they then get the game to where they want it to be, and then they'll bring in the big assets. You don't need to develop a game using shit that looks old and bad, in my opinion, the entire way through, and just set that as your art style to develop quickly. You can just use placeholder assets, low poly assets, not, you know, hone in animations and things like that until later on, and then, you know, do stuff when you have things nailed down. I think the game looks like shit. personally. I think the game looks like I said in that video, some of the VR games where the excuse of the games looking like that is that they're VR by an indie dev. It doesn't look like something I'd personally want to play.
Looks the same. So these guys have a very unique art style, more like kind of.
It's not unique because it literally looks like Cinti assets. Not exactly like Cinti assets, but it looks like Cinti assets. Anyone who's played some Unity RPGs, by the way, like Gadonia and stuff like that, they look the same as this game, and they're made by like one-man indie teams with like a couple of grand on pre-made assets. So that's why I said it looks like pre-made assets, because it fucking does look like pre-made assets. That's it.
Like a RuneScape, but modern art style. It's just a shitty opinion. You know what I mean? Like, it isn't stock assets.
This isn't even mentioning the absolute garbage economy model that means no gamer will play it regardless.
Garbage economy model. Here's another thing. The economy model isn't out yet.
It is. You buy stuff before the game exists. That's what I'm talking about. You're not engaging with what I'm saying.
The tokenomics aren't out yet.
Nobody cares about the tokenomics. I'm a gamer. I don't give a fuck about your tokenomics. That's literally my point.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And I hate to focus on just that game specifically, because every tokenomic model, every economy model
Nobody
for all
cares.
different various types of blockchain games are going to be different. They're all going to work differently. So you can't make blanket
I don't
statements.
care.
I can't. That's what you people do with
care.
no common sense. Push this awful narrative.
This I have to respond to. You people, this is what you people do. You ignore common sense.
Yeah.
So listen, I don't know